Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Governing Board monthly meeting to order. Today is March 10th, 2022. First order of business always is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask Mayor Holly Smith from the City of Sanibel to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Mayor Smith, and thanks very much for allowing us to be in this gorgeous place. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the road. We're at the City of Sanibel today. It's my hometown, so I'm very, very happy not to have had to travel, and I really appreciate you all taking the time to travel here. Now you get to see what I get to do. Mr. Martinez will not be joining us today. The meeting is going to be live streamed, and we're going to hold board meetings off. When we hold board meetings off-site, unfortunately, we don't have the capability for virtual comment. So the district did open a public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting. We did not receive any e-comments. Those who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the reception desk and giving it to staff. And board members, I'm hoping that we can have a really efficient meeting, not that we ever don't. But we'd like to end if we could end early-ish, like just after lunch, that would be good, because it'll get you off of here before the traffic gets too bad, and you'll see what I mean if we don't.
That's a warning.
That's a warning. Before we start today's meeting, I would like to have a moment of silence, though, for someone who's just been an absolute advocate for the Everglades and a good friend to all of us, and that's Maggie Herchala. Maggie was just a treasure for the state of Florida. She was born in Dade County, grew up there, and then moved up to Martin County, where she was a county commissioner there, and she was really a trailblazer. She was on the forefront of comprehensive land use planning, and she was there in the early 70s, mid 70s, 80s. It was the same time that Sanibel was becoming incorporated, and there's a lot of There's a lot of sort of back and forth, I know, between Maggie and my dad at the time when Sanibel was incorporating and sort of figuring out what's the best way to grow, what's the best way not to grow, how do you have smart growth. She was just a trailblazer and an absolute passionate advocate for the Everglades. I didn't know her as well as some of you, particularly I'm sure Jackie, but she was always so kind to me, and I really appreciate her kindness. And you know, when I took this job as chairman, she was still kind, but I could tell a little frustrated, I think, just with the scale of what we were able to do. She just wanted to move faster, wanted to go bigger. And I sometimes feel that frustration where I want to go faster, do bigger, just do more, get it all done now. So I always think of Maggie, and I thank her for always keeping that pressure on, and I give any blessings we have to her family, and want to let her family know that we're thinking of them and thank them for her incredible service to the state. So if we could have a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. And if there's any governing board member who'd like to say anything about Mr. Chalo, feel free. And you don't have to, but if you do. I'm guessing, Jackie, you do.
Great. Thank you so much for those words. And I just have to tell a quick story that when I was growing up in Martin County, it was very small, and my mother became an author, but when I was a little girl, and it's okay, but the women were in the house, you know, and that was nice. That was really great. And but I remember one time my mother took me to the environmental center, and I was 10 years old, and there was this woman speaking like an orator at the Environmental Studies Center, and I looked up at my mother and I said, "Mom, who's that?" And she said, "Jackie, that's Maggie Herchala." And in my mind I said, I want to be like her. You know, and she was, so many young women had the pleasure and the honor of looking up to her growing up in Martin County. And the main thing was that Maggie, she was never afraid to speak up. She was never afraid to speak up. And Maggie and I ourselves didn't always agree on everything, but there was a respect for each other always, and she taught us all that. And I hope that that is what we can also remember in her honor, is that even if we don't all agree on everything all the time, we can respect each other. And she will never be forgotten. And for anyone who wants to take the trip to Martin County, this coming Saturday, there will be a paddle out in her honor. And we're hoping everyone will come. And it's off of Cove Road. And you just get in a paddleboard or whatever you can and go out in the mangroves and look up to the sky. So thank you so much. And, you know, your father's legacy, as he's still here, and it was so neat to have him last night, but he and Maggie, you can see by the beauty of this place that these are the people who led the way in good development. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks. We'll go now to a recognition of elected officials who are here and give them an opportunity to speak if they would like. I know that we've got our county commissioner for District 1, Kevin Ruane, former mayor of Sanibel. Morning, Kev.
Good morning. Thank you. Members of the board, appreciate your service, appreciate all you do. Staff, executive director, can't thank you enough. You know, as I drove over the causeway, and I've done that so many times over the last 3 years, I can't thank this board enough for the actions you've taken in managing the releases from Lake Earl, especially during the dry season, not only providing adequate flows, but restoration flows, enable us to have these pristine conditions. We've experienced by lowering the lake as well. So greatly appreciated by us, and honestly, can't imagine where we'd be in the last 3 years without your assistance, so thank you. I do appreciate that. While implementing the governor's vision for achieving much of the balance in managing Lake Okeechobee watershed, the negative effects of the central and southern Florida system, but I'd be remiss as a Lee County Commissioner without reiterating a request. We in Lee County are taxed without local benefit. Our next door neighbors in Collier County are receiving benefits through the Big Cypress Basin. While we suggest expanding the Big Cypress Basin to Lee County based on hydraulic boundaries, which would provide a portion of Lee County with some local services from the district, we're directly opposed by you. Rather than the flood protection from the central and southern Florida system, which provides flood control and water supply to the southeast and to the north of the lake, what the Clusacci is getting a lot of water dumped into our area. In this, we're the victims, and we certainly appreciate the benefits we receive on the low flow, but we do get excess flood waters from the system. In this content, it's not much to ask the South Water Management District and the Army Corps to do everything possible to mitigate the effects of the water and avoid inundating us with water during the wet season. With regard to LOSIM, we need the Army Corps to remain neutral institution that balances and competing interests, consistent with the benefits of LOSIM. For 3 years, we collaborated collectively and can't violate or change any of the language in there by any legislative body. As you all know, Lee County's done more in water conservation than any other county within the district. Later today, you'll hear some of the condition reports from staff. Please take note of the declining groundwater levels in parts of Lee County. Historical low levels are an ongoing concern, and Lee County staff has met with the district to look at some of the short-term and long-term solutions. Your engagement in this issue will become necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have Councilman Jesse Purban. Thanks for coming up, Jesse, from Bonita Springs.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jesse Purban. I'm a councilman in Bonita. I wear two hats in the water world, or water wars, whatever you want to call them, down here in Southwest Florida. I'm also the district director, and I do water policy for Congressman Byron Donalds. He sends his best to the board. He appreciates the hard work you all do, and wants you all to know that we have an open door, and we're always ready and willing to work with you to advance the environmental cause in this state. We appreciate the things you do. On the city side of this, well, and actually, let me take that back. The Senate hearing that just happened. You might have seen me. I was sitting next to Chauncey, and when I got up and I spoke, one of the main issues that I had was, being on the PDT and going through the process with Army Corps of Engineers, I realize how important you all are to the process. When my understanding was that you were not included in what was gonna happen, to me, that alone was enough to cause pause. The LOSIP gains really are what scared us, but that's why we were at the Senate hearing, and that's why we were sitting next to Chauncey in that situation. Now, that being said, as a councilman, let me switch hats. We needed to be in the Big Cypress Basin. We really got hosed in that deal for a number of reasons, and a lot of it similar to the other issues holistically in the state or politics. Being that it is what it is for this time being. One of the projects that we're currently working on, y'all, with revolves around Logan Boulevard, and what it does is it gives 3 of our communities in the east part of Bonita access during emergency protocol only to have power to South Florida Water Management District, to release water to the canals in Logan Boulevard, to the Cocohatchee, to the Caloosahatchee. This is emergency only, but this was a direct result of us not getting the Big Cypress Basin, because at the end of the day, we flood and water moves south. They don't understand the county lines. The water doesn't, Big Cypress Basin, we're in Big Cypress Basin. There's no question about that. We've been left out of Big Cypress Basin. So with that being said, we have to address the safety of our city, and we have to move water. And we can't say, hey, it can't go past Collier because Collier doesn't want it. It doesn't work that way. It can't work that way. I live in a district right now. I have, people who have had water up to their knees. I mean, we're in the buyback program that's going on in the state right now. A lot of that is my district. These are people who've been 3 times out of their homes. So we have a lot of work that we're doing, but this little piece on Logan, I promise you're gonna get a lot of blowback from Collier on this. And I want to tell you, I'm sorry, but this is something we have to do. And if it passes the scientific appropriate test to do no harm downstream, then I just want you to know that we're so appreciative of the fact that you all are going to be the entity that's going to be the steward of that, and you are all the entity who's going to be judging how that moves forward, and we trust you. We know you. Chauncey, Goss, you cared about water before water was cool, And from the city council level, we created a relationship with Florida Gulf Coast University that has somebody out on the Staro Bay 5 days a week. We did that based on the leadership we saw where? Sanibel, the city of Sanibel. They've done so much stuff on water. The bioreactor, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but you all did the initial funding for a project that won the Environmental Stewardship Award for the entire state of Florida last year. So we have a green infrastructure project downtown called the bioreactor, fancy name for a parking lot that allows us to take 90% of the harmful nitrates out of the water through the Imperial River, which goes through our main downtown, right? And now we just approved and started construction on phase 2 of this project. Now we're gonna actually be taking water out of the Imperial, putting it through the bioreactor, and then pumping it back in with 90% of those harmful nitrates out. The initial funding came from y'all. You guys have been there for us. We thought things were gonna work out with Big Cypress. It didn't. Those things being as they are, we appreciate the fact that you guys are going to follow the science, not the politics, and you guys aren't going to leave us in a position that isn't acceptable for the citizens of Bonita. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and we look forward to continuing our work with Bonita and also with Congressman Donalds. Mayor Smith, City of Sanibel.
Good morning, everyone, and first, welcome all of you. Usually I have prepared statements, but I want to talk a little bit from the heart. But before I do that, I want to read something to you that is what we are. It's our Sanibel vision statement. Sanibel is and shall remain a small-town community whose members choose to live in harmony with one another and with nature, creating a human settlement distinguished by its diversity, beauty, uniqueness, character, and stewardship. I say that to you as you came over the causeway this morning and last night. You saw our water. It was beautiful. It was healthy. It doesn't get that way without the help from all of us and without the help from you. I welcome you all to Sanibel. This is the first time I believe that the Water Management District has come to Sanibel, and we are such a part of this system that needs to be recognized and continue to be recognized. And I thank you for the recognition that you've given it as such a vital part of the system. We are all part of the system, and unless the whole system works, the parts won't work. So I thank you for your dedication to everything that you are doing, and I thank Governor DeSantis for recognizing a board that works for all of the system and has a very diverse population among the board itself. I also hope you recognize the partnerships that we have in this area with SCCF, Ding Darling, all of the other partners, Captains for Clean Water. I could go on, but I understand that they are a part of who we are and what we are. Our island is 70% conservation land, and it didn't get that way without the dedication of our founding fathers who brought this island to what it is today, and it's what we're dedicated to keep. I'm just really pleased to be here. I'm pleased that you're here. I want to recognize Councilmember Miller, Michael Miller, and our Vice Mayor, Richard Johnson. They might have the opportunity to speak as well. I want to recognize the work that you all have done with us in partnership on the LOSM process. I came onto City Council in 2017, was greeted by our devastation in 2018, and we've all walked that walk together. And I look forward to continuing the walk to make sure that the LOSM process is followed the way that we have all worked to see the health of the entire state of Florida. Because we know that state of our environmental health is also hand in hand with our economic and environmental health. Our economy is based on the health of the Florida water system. All of Florida's economy is based on the health of our water. It's our most precious resource. Finally, I want to say, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention 2508. When I went up to Tallahassee, I went up for the Florida League of Cities, and I found out through some very strong partners that a bill was coming through. I learned a lot about what a conforming bill was. I didn't know what that was. I understand the bill process, but I didn't understand the conforming bill process. I learned it very quickly, unfortunately. And had we not been there and found out about that, that could have very decisively gone through with a whisper. Instead, we made it a roar. We showed up, we stood up, and we spoke up. And I remain committed to speak up for the city of Sanibel because we know how important it is to protect our resources throughout the state. We are committed to continuing to work towards 2508 success. We hope there is success of how that comes forward, but we will not do that to the loss of our ecosystem here in Southwest Florida. Thank you for your partnership on that. Executive Director Bartlett, thank you for speaking up as well. It was very enriching to listen to all of your take because, again, if we don't work together, we will fall apart. So thank you very much for your time today. I look forward to being a part of this meeting, and we hope that you come back to Sanibel and enjoy what we have and enjoy what the world has when they come here as well. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Mayor Smith, and thank you for your hospitality. Vice Mayor Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. The message that I want to deliver to you is welcome to the islands of Sanibel and Captiva. I can't tell you how proud I am that you're here today in our historic community house where, Chauncey, you know a gentleman that actually helped start the city of Sanibel right in that front room. So much history has taken place. You guys are making history today here. Can't tell you how much I appreciate what you've done since you've been on the board. Governor DeSantis made fabulous choices when he picked and hand-selected each and every one of you to represent all of the stakeholders in South Florida when it comes to water. You're doing a wonderful job with that, and I want to make sure that you understand how much we appreciate that. The collaboration that Mayor Smith talked about, that's on all of our shoulders. This is a long game that we're playing. We've made tremendous strides in the last 3 years. I was at those board meetings before you were sitting on the board, and it was a struggle just to sit there. I don't make as many meetings as I would like to make it over to the coast. I'm so happy that you came over the coast and you experienced what we have here and what's at stake here. My sincere thanks to what you see today.
because it's because of the work that you've done with all the stakeholders that get us to this point that we enjoy today. I will remind you that there are those forces out there that don't value what we have here the way that we all do. Be aware, listen, even when they're not saying anything, because they are discussing and they are talking. There are those that want to commoditize water. And I warn you about that. Water belongs to all of us. It belongs to the estuaries to the east. It belongs to the estuaries to the west. It belongs to the Everglades. It belongs to the land north of Lake Okeechobee. It also belongs to all of those that depend on the lake for recreation, drinking water, and even agriculture. It belongs to all of us. You have done a fabulous job of maintaining balance. The speakers before me spoke of how this balance has worked well for us and the progress that we've made. My sincere thanks for you, and just a reminder, the islands of Sanibel and Captiva are your bellwether. Pay attention to what's going on out here, because what you see happen here in the beginning will happen in the end as well. And I hope that it's an absolutely fabulous picture. So thank you, each and every one. Chairman Goss, Vice Chair Wagner, and the board, I very much appreciate you being here. I also appreciate the fact that your staff came along with you, and you've got as many of them that could make the trip. I'm sorry that there's not more folks that normally crowd the room over in West Palm, because I would love for them to be able to experience what you're experiencing on this trip today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Miller?
Well, good morning. Welcome to Sanibel. I will just add my thanks to all of your efforts in the last 3 years to implement the governor's executive order. All of South Florida will benefit from those actions, and I particularly want to compliment you for your commitment demonstrated in the last month to ensuring that all of your constituencies are treated in a balanced manner. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other elected officials? Great. We'll move on then. Agenda item number 4, agenda revisions. Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A bullet item was added to number 8, and item 26 was added to the consent agenda.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go to agenda 5 and do abstentions by board members. This is not a nice horseshoe, so it's really hard to see who's down there, but I'm guessing it's Ron. So we'll start with you. Abstentions?
No.
You have none? Mr. Steinle?
None.
Mr. Olepich?
None.
I have none. Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
Colonel Roman?
None.
Ms. Meads?
None.
Mr. Butler?
None.
Thanks. There are no abstentions. Yeah. Mr. Bergeron, you want to say for the record you don't have any abstentions? Or do you?
I don't have any? No. I have none.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Colonel Roman, who is also Chairwoman Roman of the Big Cypress Basin Board, to give the Big Cypress Basin report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on February 24th. We began our meeting with Mike Kirkland, who gave an overview of the district's Python management program. Since 2017, the program has made great strides to eliminate the python population and protect native wildlife. Now they are getting ready to expand the program westward into more areas within the basin. Next, we had a presentation on regional partnership projects from Sean Meyer. The board approved funding for a partnership with Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary aimed at restoring an additional 200 acres of wetland area. The board also approved partnership funding to assist in the construction of a 15-acre water quality feature at Lake Trafford. This project will reduce total nitrogen and total phosphorus levels in the Immokalee Slough that discharges into Lake Trafford. Sean Meyer also presented a proposal for a canal bank study with the Naples Botanical Garden, which the board approved. As part of the study, the garden will install, monitor, and evaluate the use of low-growing native ground covers on the banks along 2 strips of canal. After a year, the results could be used to transform canal bank maintenance by replacing sod and reducing long-term mowing and maintenance costs, while at the same time improving water quality. Next, Inspector General Tim Behrens gave an analysis of the audit report for the BCB fleet utilization and replacement. He reported that the basin's fleet program was meeting all of the replacement criteria. Andrew Wolf, the field station superintendent, followed with a report on the BCB's 5-year fleet plan proposal. He estimates approximately $1.4 million will be needed for fleet replacements over that period. Candy Heater provided an update on the BCB fiscal year 22-23 preliminary budget, and we closed out the meeting with staff reports from Lisa Keeler and Candy Heater, where it was reported that the lease on the service center's additional building was renewed for 3 years. That will bring in $240,000 in revenue to the basin. The next basin board meeting is April 28th at 1:30. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair, subject to the board and your questions.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I have one, and it goes to Councilman Purdon's concerns, and it had to do with Logan Boulevard. And I know Ms. Keeler's not here. Drew, maybe you can help us with this. We did execute an agreement with Bonita Springs, and I think that Logan Boulevard, that a pump there was part of that. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the district is part of the basin. It's the same staff, and we're all going to be working together, and it's not one hand not knowing what the other's doing. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we did execute a memorandum of agreement with Bonita Springs that included a number of things to help with their situation with flood protection. But one of those was looking at an operation plan for emergency-only pumps, not large pumps. I think it was like 50 CFS at best, on helping with the Imperial River flooding, only an emergency situation, moving it to the Cocohatchee after the Cocohatchee has gotten back to normal, right? That's a different canal system in Collier County. We're just coming up with an operating plan, and of course we'll bring that to the Big Cypress Basin Board, we'll bring it to the Collier County Commission, to Bonita Springs. It's gonna be an effort that everyone's gonna be collaborated with.
Great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, and that's what I thought was happening. So I want to assure my friends in Collier County that this isn't something that's happening and no one's going to be talking to you about it. This is something that the district is coordinating. This is something that the district does for a living and is good at. Thanks very much, Carolyn.
I think, Mr. Chair, one thing I would like to say, other than the fact that we're all working together on this, and Drew's to be commended for the work that he's done with all the parties on this particular agreement. On a different subject, I'm very excited about this study that the board has approved with the Naples Botanical Gardens. As you can see, that has long-reaching implications if we come up with successful results with the over 2,100 miles of canals we have within the district itself. So I'm very excited about that study and its broader application if it succeeds throughout the district.
That's great. I agree with you. Any other comments? Let's see, we're going to go now to item 7, which is the approval of the minutes of the February 10th meeting. Are there any changes, additions, deletions to the February 10th meeting? If not, I'd like a motion.
I'll move.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair, second by Colonel Roman. And if there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thanks, that passes unanimously. We'll go now to Drew Bartlett's Executive Director report.
Seacrest?
Look on the side, there's that wire there, to the right, underneath.
Or just try straightening it up.
Underneath.
All right, you can hear me. All right, thank you. Thanks, Board. Thank you, City of Sanibel, for welcoming us. This is
Votes are in.
a very exciting time for the Water Management District as we're working on so many things for the betterment of Florida and South Florida. And when we go on the road, we often like to do a highlight or something for where we are and what we're doing in that area. So staff has put together a quick slideshow for us to talk about what we're doing for the lower west coast of the state of Florida. And it's not lost on anybody in this room that Governor DeSantis made water a priority, and gave the Water Management District a very strong challenge to make water better for Florida and South Florida. Of course, we have focused a lot on the Caloosahatchee watershed, and I will go through a number of projects that we are working on for the benefit of the Caloosahatchee estuary. As you drove over the bridge to Sanibel, you saw how important that estuary is to all the wildlife and people that enjoy it so much. So let's go to the headwaters of the Caloosahatchee River, which is the C-43, also known as the C-43 Canal. This board did finish the project, a Phase 1 flow equalization basin that holds water and distributes it in a kind way to the environment and that's about a 500-acre area that holds water and then delivers it to the environment in a safe way. We are in design for Phase 2, which is 2,400 acres of a flow equalization basin. This is where we will hold water. We will be able to actually pump it from the C-43 canal when we need to, bring it up into that area, which could hold about 10,000 acre-feet of water when finished, and then treat it and send it back to the environment in a safe way. That is in design, and our schedule is to have it operational in 2025. It's a pretty exciting project, and it's really not easy to get to, but these FEBs are incredible wildlife attractors and really nice to visit. And this is another one, we call it BOMA. This is a flow equalization basin, which also acts like a STA that we have in design and hope to have it finished in 2025 as well. This abuts the C-43 canal, and you can see the preliminary design. We're also including in this flow equalization basin sort of research cells where we can test nitrogen removal. One thing about the Caloosahatchee that's unique is you need to remove nitrogen to protect the Caloosahatchee estuary, and we certainly know what we can do with phosphorus, but this is always an emerging field, is how to treat nitrogen. So hope to have that online in 2025 for the benefit of the estuary. And then, of course, the big reservoir. We were all there yesterday, the C-43 Caloosahatchee Reservoir. Look at that pump station. Isn't that beautiful? It's got walls. It's just nice. Now it needs a reservoir to pump water into. And you can see that is taking shape. And we have a whole agenda item on it later today. But we were out there yesterday and saw berms that were completed. Well, not 100% completed, but all out of the ground and risen to its peak elevation. All it needs is concrete on the sides. All my engineers are flipping in their graves because they would never call it concrete, and they're not in their graves either. In their chairs. And then, of course, Governor DeSantis challenged us with, hey, we're collecting a lot of water. It's a 170,000 acre-feet storage reservoir. What can we do about the water quality in that reservoir? Because it was originally built to meet minimum flow and level and hydraulic conditions in the Caloosahatchee. So we have finished our feasibility study in partnership with DEP and all the local governments and came up with a treatment solution that we will put to the test at the same time the reservoir is coming online. We will evaluate it, and we have options to further enhance it if necessary, but it is expected to do an incredible amount of treatment of both nitrogen and phosphorus in the water that goes into that reservoir. So that's very exciting. That will come online at the same time. Another thing we're doing in Lee County is we have a cooperative agreement with Lee County to do water course maintenance to help them with flood protection and flood control within the county. We've managed or cleared about 13 miles of conveyances. We've got another 3 miles in 2022, but it's a good partnership we have with Lee County to help them make sure that as the storms come, that the water has a place to go. Of course, we just talked about it. We just signed a cooperative agreement with Bonita Springs. They also have some flooding challenges along the Imperial River. So we are doing a number of efforts with Bonita Springs to evaluate, analyze, deploy different opportunities through resilience plans and so forth to try to help address flooding situations in Bonita Springs. And then, of course, we bring our modelers to the Southwest Coast too. As everyone knows, we got an elite group of hydrologic modelers, and they're looking at hydrologic restoration opportunities both in South Lee County and in North Lee County and Charlotte County through Charlotte Harbor Flatwoods and the South Lee County Watershed Initiative. All that modeling helps us develop environmentally sensitive projects that also help with flood control. And then, of course, this is in the ground, once platted as a neighborhood, but now as an incredible wildlife area. 4,000 acres of restored wildlife, roads degraded, ditches filled, and wildlife abundance. So it's a remarkable place if you hadn't been there. Now moving eastward over into Hendry County, there is a massive restoration effort called the Sam Jones Abiaki Prairie Restoration. Former citrus fields are now becoming wetland habitat in the C-139 basin. So we've already completed 2,800 acres. It was completed in 2019. The wildlife is flocking to it. It's an incredible wetland system. And then we have a phase 2 where the machinery is out there trying to restore it from a citrus grove into a wetland habitat. 5,000 acres of restoration going on there, and that should come online in 2028. And then, of course, in that same basin, we are building a flow equalization basin, and that is a shallow impoundment, much like the A1 FEB, but smaller. And if you've been to the A1 FEB, you see that it's an incredible resource, both for recreation and for water quality. And this is under construction right now and should be completed next year. And then, of course, the 55,000 acre Picayune Strand Restoration Project. It is becoming a wetland as we speak because we have turned 2 of the 3 pump stations on, and the wildlife is coming back. It's an incredible restoration project that's been decades in the making. It was going to be a neighborhood with roads and ditches and everything, and all that is getting retrofitted back into a wetland system with incredible habitat. And so that should be completed in 2025. So that is essentially a lot of the projects that I wanted to highlight for the southwest part of our state. They are very exciting. They have real tangible benefits that you will be able to measure and see. And, it's just going to be incredible to visit these sites when they're all complete. The C44 reservoir on the East Coast is complete. It's got almost 10 feet of water in it right now. I've been there.
Really cool.
Wow. I mean, it is something to behold. And the thing about it is, I don't want to compare, reservoirs or anything, but the reservoir for the C-44 will fit in one cell of the C-43, right? And so it is but it's pretty remarkable to look at if you have a chance to see it. So that's the highlights of the projects. I'll get into some other things. The first thing I'd like to do is, she needs no introduction, but I'd like to introduce Julia Lamonaco, who is our interim general counsel. Carolyn Ansay is taken a sabbatical of sorts, and Julia has agreed to step up and be general counsel for the South Florida Water Management District. So thank you, Julia, for joining us. And I know all the board members know you and will appreciate your advice. A couple other things. So the South Florida Environmental Report, the SFER, thousands of pages of data and information that did get published on March 1st. It is on our website. It includes all the highlights of the Water Management District's efforts, plus all the science that we collect and compile for the public. And by the time you finish reading it, we'll have published the next one next year on March 1st. So we are in the process of rulemaking for reserving the water for the Loxahatchee River Restoration Project, the SERP project. We've had 2 rulemaking workshops. They've gone very well. I anticipate bringing that rule to you either the next board meeting or the one after that, because that's necessary for us to sign a project partnership agreement with the Corps of Engineers so we can start the restoration effort for Loxahatchee as well. The Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, the environmental impact statement of the revised project is out for review right now. Basically, it's the same project minus the wetland attenuation feature. So not much has changed. They're having good public interaction on that. We still think it's important to make sure they get through that process in time to get it in this year's Water Resources Development Act. But they need to go through the process and get that public input. That's important. So moving on to legislative session, honestly, the budget piece is looking good. The governor requested a lot of funds for SERP and the water resources in the state, and it looks like the legislature is delivering on that. I don't have final details for you because that gets published, what they call put on the table, probably today, if all goes well, and that's when you can see what actually is appropriated, what is the proviso, and everything in it. But until then, I don't have anything to report necessarily, except for the appropriations are looking good. The Senate Bill 2508, obviously since the last meeting, there's been a major amendment in 2508 that did more embrace this board's idea on balancing Lake Okeechobee operations. There's a lot more in 2508 that I'm sure is getting worked on, but we haven't seen any kind of final bill on that one either. Maybe later today, maybe the next day. I'm not sure whether it has a 72-hour cooling off period associated with it or not. So there really isn't any detail to talk about on 2508 either. There is a couple of bills that's moving through on resiliency that does relate to the Water Management District in a positive way. So Senate Bill 1940 is what they've called a glitch bill to basically make improvements of the statewide resiliency plan, and it specifically makes water management districts eligible to participate in that plan, whereas last year it was counties and municipalities. So that's very important for us because the CNSF system is a critical resiliency effort that we need to take care of at the Water Management District. And on that point, House Bill 513 has passed both the House and Senate, and that has us do an annual report on the resiliency efforts of the CNSF system to the legislature to highlight, the importance of that flood control system and us ensuring its resiliency. So obviously with our resiliency officer putting together those plans, this really lines us up very well for making sure we can take advantage of statewide resiliency plans. Last thing I want to cover is the LOSM. And so there is a PDT meeting on Monday where the Corps of Engineers presented some more information on the preferred alternative. And just as a reminder, this is the preferred alternative in one slide, which probably doesn't do it justice. But Essentially, zones A, zones B, C, that's where there's more concern about flood control, and there might be releases, depending on factors, to the coastal systems. But what we've been advocating for is this Zone D, which is a large operational zone, and it takes into account all those factors when making release decisions. And so that's, 11 factors, different factors thinking about release decisions, because as we sit here right now, we know how complex this system is. So that is the essential preferred alternative that we have worked with the Corps to develop and very much appreciate. And this does fall in line with a lot of the water management districts, or all of the water management districts' recommendations for the preferred alternative. Also, we have been talking with the Corps of Engineers, for the past 6 months or so, on how to clarify the relationship between the water management district and us meeting our legal responsibilities, and the Corps meeting their legal responsibilities, and how we will have assurance that they'll rely on us, particularly at lower lake stages. And so we did have that conversation, and it was 2 slides that the Corps put up. And one of them includes our latest request on the 1.5 feet above the water shortage management zone to have that reliance. And so this is a slide. The first 2 paragraphs kind of set the framework of how what the responsibilities are and how we make requests for releases to the environment or to people and businesses. But it's the 3rd paragraph that kind of clarifies the relationship. And this is the slide that includes our request on 1.5 feet. And that last sentence becomes critical. USACE will make district requested water releases within 1.5 feet above the water shortage management zone, consistent with LOSM. But if you look at the previous slide, it's the same without 1.5. USACE will make district requested water releases above the water shortage management zone, consistent with LOSM. This allows us, it clarifies the relationship, it allows us to meet our expectations under state law, knowing that they will make releases consistent with LOSM in Zone D, where it becomes critical for us to meet our expectations. We are very supportive of the preferred alternative, so consistent with LOSM is I don't see anything wrong with that. So I told the PDT and the Corps of Engineers that this looks like it meets our desires, meets our expectations. We don't really need to identify another area 1.5 feet above the water shortage management zone in order for us to have that comfort that we can meet our obligations. But I also told them I'd bring it to you in case you have any thoughts on the matter. So with that, I'm done with my executive director's report, Mr. Chair, and so we can either have a conversation about this or move on to board comment.
I'd like to hear from the board if anyone, since this happened relatively not very long ago.
Right, Monday.
Well, yeah, I don't even know what day it is, but yes. Still Thursday, yeah.
Right. And oh, by the way, so the Corps is having a listening session a week and a half from now, and so they will be, I can give them feedback at that point as well. So they are taking, giving people 2 weeks from last Monday to think about it and get back with them.
Well, thanks, Drew. I'd like to hear if any board member does have a comment on this. I'd like to give them the opportunity to speak. Ms. Rolovich.
Chair, I have a question about something prior to this first, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The South Florida Environmental Report.
Sure.
So in that report, highlights that were given to us on page 11,
That's right.
it mentions the FDEP Basin Management Action Plans
Right.
for particularly the Neep, Lake Okeechobee Basin, St. Lucie River, and Caloosahatchee River. And it appears that there's some good movement in here with the numbers and all. Considering that we all had that memorable workshop early on in our time together as a board, I request that we have some kind of follow-up And I think this is a perfect bridge to that, because it appears that there's been progress, and I think most of us agree that if we're not working on the source pollution, so to speak, or the non-point source pollution, it's very difficult for us to achieve any of these other goals that we're working on. So do you think something like that could be arranged, and does that seem in line?
I think it could, yeah. So, and I'm not familiar with that, I'd have to turn to Jennifer, but yeah, we could have that kind of discussion.
Right, it's kind of the triangle,
Yeah, you bet.
and it's just such an important aspect, and we were all so into that right in the beginning, and so many other things have happened, and I know we're still into it. It's just, I think we don't want to forget that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the presentation on the LOSUM, I support what you have proposed, this slide. I think that is where the 3 years has come together, and we can do this, and thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Mr. Lopich. Mr. Steinle.
So Drew, we talked a little bit about this, but it would benefit me, and I think others, for a little bit more clarity on this. So as I read the working draft without the change, it implies that anything above water shortage would, essentially anything in Zone D is implied to be consistent with LOSUM. So the 1.5 just further clarifies that level, right? At a point where there's a little bit more sensitivity and concern around reaching that water shortage zone, this addition of particularly 1.5 feet just clarifies what would typically happen as worded currently. Is that?
So that was the idea of suggesting and proposing the 1.5 feet to add that clarity. But seeing the language without 1.5 feet, that's enough clarity for us, right? And so really, we just wanted to have the confidence, because the language is the same, right?
Right, yeah.
And so we just wanted to have the confidence that they would rely on us when we needed them to rely on us, right? And if we can get that at 2 feet and 3 feet and above Zone D, all through Zone D, then that is even better for us, right? And so that's why we're good with this language. And, I do think it's important to say consistent with Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, right? Because we do appreciate this preferred alternative. And what that means is, right now, Zone D has 0 water going to the St. Lucie, right? If we decided, hey, for some reason, I don't know why we would ever decide this, but to send water to the St. Lucie, it would need to be consistent with LOSUM. And so the Corps would have the opportunity to say, wait a second, are they really thinking straight? And make a decision about whether that was consistent with LOSUM. That's just one example.
I'm sorry. So what we're looking at here, you're saying that we're comfortable with the language as is. And have we proposed, sorry if I missed this, the next slide? Have we proposed the new
that
language?
in December at a
He's
PDT
comparing
meeting.
them. He's comparing them.
We're backing off that one, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And there hadn't been any public drafts or anything out. And so we were trying to help the Corps come up with get comfortable with a draft that would be able to rely on us. So we figured maybe the lower we get, the more they could rely on us, but they were able to work with us and come up with this language that meets our needs.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thanks for that clarification.
May I say something, please, Chair? Drew, I think, just for communication purposes, because this is quite awkward, if you would, so people are clear that you're not presenting those 2 slides,
Right.
but you're comparing and contrasting those 2 slides, would you go through both slides and at least in the bottom area, read it? It's not that long. Read it, compare it,
All
talk
right.
about those differences.
All right, I'll read it again. Okay, so at the bottom slide of this one, basically the last sentence is the key sentence, right?
Read it.
I'm about to.
Okay.
So it says, USACE will make South Florida Water Management District requested water releases within 1.5 feet above the water shortage management zone, consistent with the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. So that's the sentence that proposes with the 1.5 feet. Wrong button. And then this is the sentence without the 1.5 feet, which is exactly the same. USACE will make South Florida Water Management District requested water releases above the water shortage management zone, consistent with the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual.
This gives us broader,
Right,
Right.
broader deference.
right.
That's
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's great.
I mean, I think they're both saying the same things.
It is.
It really is.
Yeah.
We're just not limiting to 1.5.
Does anyone else have questions? I've got one, and I may be missing something, or if I am, tell me. What happens below the line? This is silent on that? Is it picked up somewhere else, or is it understood? Since we're so specific about above the line, I want to make sure that,
Water shortage management?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not in the LOSUM operational zone for the Corps of Engineers, so it's complete deference,
Back to
right?
us.
no, I know it's completely ours, but it's not stated as completely ours here, but it doesn't have to be?
Right, right, not here, it doesn't need to be, because in the manual itself, it talks about operations
Okay.
within water shortage management. And it's just like, district, what do you want us to do?
Okay.
Did I capture that good enough, Ava? Okay. And thank you, Ava Velez, Corps of Engineers, for making the trip over here.
Yes.
In case I didn't have the answers.
And for all your work on this.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Ava.
Mr. Butler?
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mr.
Ben,
Chairman.
I can't see you, so don't be shy.
I do want to say just a couple things here. I promise I won't keep us too late. I've followed along with the process here as PDT has gone through LOSUM over the last few years and followed along with the meeting on Monday. And there's been a lot of work that has gone into it. We know it. We've seen it. A lot of stakeholder input, a lot of input to get where we are. And, my first impression during the presentation on Monday was, that's it? This is where we got to? There's not much there. It's wide open. This is drastically different than where we've been in the past. The plan as proposed, I think, has a lot of potential. I think it is, with the staff, with the people that we work with today, the folks at the Corps, more importantly, the folks, our staff here at the district, I have full faith that they could take this plan and implement it. And remember that spider web graphic? And optimize that spider web graphic. Which is different. This is different than what we've had. I mean, LORS 08, you've got benchmarks. You've got rigidity in there. You've got when the lake hits certain levels that things happen. And I'll tell you, there's a little certainty with that. People are, everybody's different. Everybody has a different way of thinking. I'm 100% supportive and confident, again, in our staff today. But what does that staff look like 10 years from now? That is my concern with that. Because when you go through and read the water control plan that's associated with this, and if you haven't had the opportunity to read it, the Corps released draft language with it. It's only 20 pages long. It's easy reading. It's not technical. I encourage you to read it. When you get to Zone D and talking about operations in Zone D, there's a lot of opportunity to optimize the system. Right down to, where we're at today with, it's some of the things that were happening today with 2,000 CFS coming down to Caloosahatchee. That wouldn't be it's not a standard deal, but lake level we know is a little high right now. We need to get it down. And it's those kind of
control room gut decisions that, that optimize the operation of the lake. I just want to kind of put it in perspective, though, from my understanding, where I use water for irrigation on my operation. We draw from the upper Floridian. I don't have a concern. When I turn, my only concern when I go to turn a pump on is my rural electric going to come on. That's my only concern. I don't have a concern whether or not the water will be there. I don't have that concern. Therefore, it's not a risk that I have to worry about. I don't have to, it's not something that I have to go to bed tonight worrying, what are others doing to mess up my water? That is a risk I'm learning since I've been on here. Surface water for irrigation and farm use is different. It's new to me. I'm learning. It is something I understand. It keeps some people up at night, especially when you get down and making sure you got that water there. With this plan as proposed, the lowers 08, I mentioned you got the rigidity. You can essentially look at a plane on autopilot. Lowers 08, previous schedules have had the autopilot feature. LOSOM as proposed, there is no autopilot. You have your hand on the yoke. You're flying a helicopter, essentially. The helicopter we flew on yesterday, that pilot does not have autopilot in a helicopter. I can guarantee you that. He is constantly moving that yoke. He's working the cycle, he's working everything. And that's what we're looking at with this LOSOM, which I think is where we want to be for optimization. But it's the fact it's people making decisions. Our staff has the opportunity to make decisions. It's not set in stone how this thing has worked. And it is that concerns some people. And it is certainly when you look at the spider web, you look at all of the people that maybe represent interest on the different aspects of that spider web, or these different 11 points here that go into making informed decisions. In a system like this, it is important to have those people, because they're going to have to be at the meetings every month. They've got to stay on this system just to make sure that their direction of the spider web is being looked after. With the schedule we have now, you don't have to worry about that at some point. You can just let it go. So, I just wanted to get that point across, that, understand that there is going to be some angst with this. And with this, there'll be constant angst. But I think that this is the best opportunity to manage Lake Okeechobee to its maximum potential. But it's going to be constant angst, and it is going to be very uncomfortable to some people at different times. But it's going to require people to stay involved. I don't have time. I could see myself as a farmer or as a hotel owner here on Sanibel. You don't have time to stay involved every time to keep up with what the water management district is doing. Therefore, you're going to have people that stay involved. And with this system, it's going to require that. So those are the points I wanted to get across, and kind of my thoughts when we're talking about this LOSOM.
Well, Mr. Butler, thank you very much. I think you've done a really good job of sort of describing that tension that exists between the flexibility and the certainty that we're trying to figure out how to balance. And I think you make very good points on that. And I think your autopilot is a pretty good example. I think the autopilot has not worked well for some of the constituencies. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at this. And I think it's really, yes, it's up to the staff, but ultimately it's up to the governing board to make sure that, there isn't so much angst within each of those communities and stakeholders. It's our job to watch out for our stakeholders. And, whether the stakeholders in the agricultural world or whether the stakeholders on the coast, it's our job to make sure that they're taken care of and balance everyone's needs. So that's sort of my view on, and I understand that doesn't make people sleep better at night, but that's the way the system's supposed to work. Vice Chair Biger.
Yeah, I think that this, where we've come out on this preferred alternative, to me is a very desirable situation. And I know there's a tension between sort of rigidity and certainty and flexibility and totality of circumstances. But to me, one of the most frustrating things in the, as you see, as we try to manage the water situation, is getting locked up and feeling like you're in a straitjacket with the inability to sort of make decisions on the battlefield, so to speak, based on circumstances that are out there that may not have been previously foreseen years ago, or just that there is a whole variety of conditions that would that most people, if not everyone, would want you to sort of operate differently, but you're locked in to a situation where you just don't have the flexibility to do anything. And so you can see things coming down the pike, but you just do not have an opportunity to change course. And to me, on balance, even though there is a desire in certain situations for this type of certainty, on balance, to me, giving the district, who I think we've all know and have learned are very good and very knowledgeable and very smart about all these conditions, giving the people on the battlefield the flexibility to make decisions and have the ability to turn and change course and pivot when you see things that are coming, to me is a more desirable situation than getting locked in, being forced to do something, knowing that it's not going to turn out very well, but you just don't have the ability to turn the car. And that to me is over and above a more desirable situation, to be able to look at all the conditions, to have governing board input about all stakeholders, trying to take care of everybody on balance, and making, doing the best you can under the situation. And to me, having the flexibility is more desirable than getting locked into a scenario where you're forced to do something, even though you know you're going over the cliff. You kind of got to drive the car over the cliff because you're locked in. And so my attitude is I am an advocate for this type of outcome.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Anyone else? Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you. I think Lonesome is really, all of us trying to balance impacts throughout a global system. All brought on, like Jackie has said in the past, a lot of has changed since 1948. And when we drew a line back then and drained half the Everglades, and we're pumping the half we chose to drain on top of the half we chose to save with half the area, with the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago. This wonderful, most important resource on the planet that we are so blessed in Florida to have, 52 to 60 inches of rain a year. And when you get into Lonesome, there's three clients. There's the environment and water necessary, compatible with the wildlife and compatible with the plant communities and the estuaries and the Gulf and the Atlantic. There's 9 million people that rely on this resource for drinking water. Extremely important. Our economy is driven by that. And agriculture and its needs, and it's important too. This isn't the answer to everything. This is trying to shift and balance impacts, minimize discharges out the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie and the Indian River Lagoon, and remember those resources that we're discharging in massive quantities greater than natural is not, it doesn't even have a benefit to agriculture or water supply until we build more reservoirs, like the EAA the C-43, the C-44 that was completed. So understand that, in my viewpoint, LOSUM is for the three clients to balance the environment, water supply, needs for agriculture, needs for protecting our environment the best we can as we move forward in the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. And I can tell you, under the leadership of our governor and the leadership of our staff, 1,500 strong, what I've seen, and I've been involved in Everglades restoration from the beginning, involved back all the way to 1982. And my love to save the Everglades and all of South Florida and our quality of life for future generations. So the balance here, I think we've struck a balance. Remember, you can look at the past and you can judge that all these massive discharges, nobody's benefiting. All three clients aren't benefiting to massive discharges in water in quantities greater than natural going out of rivers. So, there's no perfect answer except Everglades restoration proceeding into the future under the leadership of our governor and the leadership of South Florida Water Management, and for our legislators to understand, along with our stakeholders, because it's all about we. There are no I's and me's, but I think we've, the U.S. Corps, along with our staff, I've seen so many models of us trying to balance this fairly amongst the three clients. And I think it's a great decision to move forward. And it tells us all that we have to continue under our governor's leadership and under all of our stakeholders that we, Everglades restoration, really can save our environment, our quality of life, small business, the fishing capital of the world, the boating capital of the world, our hotels, and 125 million people a year prior to COVID comes here to visit our beaches and our natural resources. And so any one client tries to be greedy, it's not going to work. We're all in the same boat. And we have to share this. And I apologize for being so long-winded, but I think we have a plan that's balancing. And as we move forward together, we've got to thank God for the leadership from our governor that's given us the opportunity, and thank God for all you stakeholders that are right with us to make sure that this happens into the future. And so that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron.
That was great.
Anyone else with questions for Mr. Bartlett? I've got one quick one. Commissioner Wayne mentioned groundwater in Lee County, his concerns. I know we've had some areas, I know in the reports that we see, I can't remember if it's John's, someone shows groundwater levels, and I know there's northern Lee County, I think, is generally pretty low. I don't know much about it. I'd like to learn more about it. You don't have to go into it now, but.
John will go into it. He does have a slide with groundwater levels, and it is becoming a concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anything else for Mr. Bartlett?
Yeah, one last thing that I forgot to mention, in case you're wondering about the status of the EAA Reservoir project, right? I just got a download from Ms. Velez, and there was a challenge to the awarding of the contract for the inflow-outflow canal. That should be resolving momentarily, maybe within the next month. And so they anticipate a notice to proceed to construction this spring for the inflow-outflow canal. They're in design for the foundation work of the berms and the berms themselves, and anticipate awarding the contract for the foundation work this calendar year, and then the actual berm work the next calendar year. Close enough? Okay, so anyway, it is progressing, so we look forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully it's a ribbon cutting. It'll be a big party.
Yep.
That'll be a good one.
And I did see that you had some money in the omnibus too. It looked like there's $350 million for South Florida. Great.
Thank you.
We'll go to public comment. I saw that Councilman Henshaw, are you back there?
We believe he left, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
he left. I'm sorry, Councilman Henshaw was here. I want to give him an opportunity to say something if he wanted. We'll move to public comment. Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a handful. We're going to start with Bob Brooks, followed by Holly Milbrandt.
Good morning. I'm a Sanibel resident full-time for the past 10 years. I had the pleasure of meeting and speaking to you, most of you last night, and quite frankly, I wish I got to spend more time with you and get to know you all better. I want to thank you first for your service, and thank you for coming to Sanibel. I hope that you've been able to see why Sanibel is so special and why we work so hard to protect it. Although we cannot call it rural, certainly nothing compared to where Ben and Alligator came from. But similarly, it is pristine. Many years ago, people like Porter Goss and others had the vision to make sure that this island will be a sanctuary for humans, wildlife, and flora, a sanctuary for all of us to enjoy the great outdoors, birding, swimming, boating, shelling, fishing, etc. During my business career, I dealt a lot with SWOT, analyzing the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and threats. I hope that when you drove over that causeway and during your time here, you were able to see the incredible strengths and opportunities that this community offers to its citizens and visitors. More paramount is that I hope that you were able to recognize and see that because of where we sit at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee, that we are ground zero when it comes to threats and subject to the worst of the worst when it comes to poor water management. Green-blue algae blooms, red tide, habitat destruction, fish and bird kills, etc. It is for that reason that Sanibel is generally represented at each one of your governor board meetings. It also is for that reason that many of us, including myself, the mayor, our vice mayor, hoteliers, our chamber president, went up to Tallahassee to speak in regards to Senate Bill 2508. Speaking of Senate Bill 2508 and threats, your group rose to new heights when it recognized the threats to the years of work that you have put in to Losum, the EA Reservoir, and the projects for Everglades restoration. Not only me, but all of Sanibel's full-time residents, seasonal residents, and visitors, thank you for that. Margaret Mead once said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Every one of you sitting there, every one of your staff exemplifies what Margaret Mead said. At the same time, I must go on record. For today, we sit, regrettably, however, not astonished, as our elected officials, including the state senators from our own county and the county south of us, remain deaf and blind
Mr. Brooks, if you could wind up your comments, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could wrap up your comments, please?
Okay, I'm sorry, I got 2 more sentences. Okay? I want to say again that I believe our senators remain deaf and blind to the needs and desires of so many of those committed citizens, why they feel it is only important to protect one stakeholder south of the lake. I leave you with John May's quote, "When the last tree is cut and the last fish killed and the last river poisoned, then you will see that you can't eat money." Thanks for your time.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Holly Milbrandt, you're recognized to speak, followed by James Evans.
Good morning. I feel like that's a little high for me. Good morning, Chair Goss, Vice Chair Wagner, and members of the Governing Board. I'm Holly Milbrandt, Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. I would like to just start by echoing the comments that we already heard from Mayor Smith, Vice Mayor Richard Johnson, and Councilmember Mike Miller, and say welcome to Sanibel. We are excited to share our island paradise with you. I also want to thank the Governing Board for your collaboration and partnership with the city on a number of water quality and water conservation projects over the years. And I'd like to briefly highlight just a couple examples of that. I know you guys are in a hurry to beat the traffic off the island today, but if you have time to check out one of our great projects, I would encourage you to stop by our Jordan Marsh Water Quality Treatment Park. With partial funding from the district's cooperative funding program, the City of Sanibel's Jordan Marsh Water Quality Treatment Park was placed into operation in January of 2019. Water is pumped from the Sanibel Slough, a verified impaired water body, into the filter marsh and moves by gravity through a treatment train before returning to the slough. Water quality monitoring is being conducted by the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation Marine Laboratory and has shown that the operation of the marsh met and exceeded design expectations during the second year of operation and is performing as designed to help the city meet the TMDL targets for the Sanibel Slough, in addition to providing amazing wildlife habitat and passive recreation opportunities. Also, in August of 2020, the city adopted the district's year-round irrigation rule in support of the district's outreach to local governments and desire to support a continued safe and reliable water supply for the future of South Florida. The city found that adoption of the year-round irrigation rule was consistent with the Sanibel Comprehensive Land Use Plan, known as the Sanibel Plan, which emphasizes the importance of conservation of native plants for wildlife habitat and which require little or no irrigation or fertilizer once established. Finally, as you heard our council members speak to as well, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for your engagement in the LOSM process. We are encouraged that the selected plan will provide greater balance in lake operations to address the needs of all stakeholders, our heartland communities, our coastal communities, and our natural systems alike. The city has engaged with our legislature as well on SB 2508 and will continue to do so to ensure that current momentum on SERP and Everglades restoration is not diminished. Look forward to the rest of today's meeting, in particular the presentation on the C43 reservoir. And again, welcome to Sanibel. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Milbrandt. James Evans is our next public commenter, followed by Dan DeLisi, and then Captain Chris Whitman.
Good morning, Chairman Goss, members of the Governing Board. I'm James Evans. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. And on behalf of our Board of Trustees and SECF, our staff here, we have some members of our staff here in the audience today. We want to welcome you to Sanibel, and we want to thank you for having the meeting here today on the islands and for coming out to our reception last night. It was great to see you all and interact with some of our business owners, our residents from Sanibel and Captiva Islands, and of course, the stakeholders throughout Southwest Florida. So we really appreciate you being there. We thank you for your leadership in supporting policies that will better balance the needs of the Caloosahatchee and our coastal communities here along the coast with the other parts of the water management system. We're also very happy to see projects like the C43 reservoir, the EAA reservoir, and the Central Everglades planning projects moving forward. Those are going to be critical projects to store, treat, and move that water south where it's desperately needed in the Everglades, and to rehydrate Florida Bay, get the salinities right, and move it away from the coastal estuaries where it's causing damage. We appreciate the district and the Army Corps of Engineers' work on LOSM You guys have done an amazing job of being transparent, using the best available science. We've poured over hundreds of thousands of model runs to get to a point where we have a preferred plan that will actually balance the needs of the system. We don't want that interrupted or undermined by Senate Bill 2508, which is really putting politics ahead of science. So we hope that you'll continue to push back on that. Vice Chair Wagner, I appreciate your analysis of the bill during the last governing board meeting. That was really helpful. We shared that with all of our members. It's just been really helpful to have, Director Bartlett and everybody else really out front, leading the charge and trying to educate our public on what Senate Bill 2508 really will do. So we hope that all the harmful language will be removed ultimately, but we'll see in the end. We need to get away from the hold and dump policies of LORS 08. While it does have somewhat of an autopilot feature, that autopilot feature does result in holding more water in the lake right before the rainy season, dumping that on the coastal communities and devastating our estuaries in the St. Lucie as well as the Caloosahatchee, like what happened in 2018. Happened in 2016, 2018, 2013, 2005, and 2006. So that's not the autopilot feature we want. We want some certainty, but that's not the certainty we want. So again, we want to thank you for your unwavering commitment to implementing policies and construct these projects that will eliminate these damaging flows and harmful practices that have impacted our communities and our quality of life as well as our local economy. And finally, we want to thank you for supporting the policies that are driven by science and engineering and not politics, and we hope that our legislators, when they're continuing to work on Senate Bill 2508, will follow suit. So again, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Next, we have Dan DeLisi, followed by Captain Chris Whitman.
So I have a few things to cover. I'll try and go quickly. First, thank you for the show of respect for Maggie Herchella at the beginning. I remember when I was on staff, she stuck up for me a few times publicly. Her kindness is something I'll never forget. Even when I left the district, she was just very kind to me. Julia, you have big shoes to fill. I'll tell you this, Carolyn Ansay was the best general counsel I've ever worked with at any public agency ever. She was that good. And, I remember when I worked with her at the district, she used to always tell me it matters less what her opinion was and more what the people in black robes said. She was great counsel to me when I was at the district, when I was on the board, and since then she's just been a phenomenal resource to all of you. So good luck. You'll do fine. You'll do fine. I do want to, County Coalition, Mr. Lilipish, thank you for your attendance at those, and of course, Mr. Butler, you've been a regular attendee. It is a great place for all of you to hear what the counties are thinking, 12 counties within the South Florida Water Management District. I'd encourage all of you to attend when you get the chance. It's in Okeechobee. They're really worthwhile. The next meeting is March 25th, and hope to see you all out there, or some of you, whoever can make it. I would like to echo the comments of Commissioner Ruane and Jesse Perdon at the beginning. And first of all, thank you, Ms. Roman, for your leadership on the Big Cypress Basin. I don't tell you this enough, but you're a better chair than I ever was, and in fact, you're the best chair I've seen in a long time. So we'd like your leadership in South Lee County as well. Not that, Mr. Goss, you don't do a phenomenal job, but this is, last night, you all talked about science leading the way, got a lot of applause, not politics. This is one of those areas where science is clear on this. The politics are more complicated. I know what the politics were. I was a board member, I was a BCB chair, I was a chief of staff. I get the politics, but the science, let's let the science run on this one. Slide 43, not 44. Thank you for that. There is a big difference. I don't have time to go into it, but that's a big deal for us. We do not want slide 44. All right, C43 reservoir. keep it on track. Incredibly important if you look at the LOSUM numbers, the difference between with and without the C43 reservoir is huge. And I'll just leave one last thing. I truly appreciate James Evans's comments. In LOSUM, we got to get away from the hold and dump way of looking at this. And so that's the difference between the two slides. In the end, it's how you recommend operating the system. And it's not you guys I'm worried about. It's when I was on the board, it's the people coming after you. And you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Butler. It's very important to take a look at
Mr. DeLisi?
The agency and the politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Captain Chris Whitman?
Good morning, Governing Board, and welcome to Sanibel Island, my childhood home, and where my love for our water was born, right here. Over the last few years, there has been a tremendous effort to, one, expedite the construction of the cornerstone project of Everglades Restoration, the EAA Reservoir. And with the leadership of this board and Governor Ron DeSantis, we have seen that effort moving forward with great results. There's also been a huge effort with this agency, with the Army Corps of Engineers, to achieve a new balanced plan for Lake Okeechobee through the LOSUM process, one that provided ample opportunity for public comment, that was transparent, and was an attempt to achieve balance and not hold the priorities of one stakeholder over another. Throughout the EAA reservoir process, we have seen attempts of misinformation and confusion. And now as we approach the finish line of LOSUM, we once again have seen kind of a last-ditch effort to try to undermine that progress. We saw that through a bad bill, 2508. A bill that would undermine that process and public engagement of LOSUM, a bill that could handcuff this agency, and a bill that would jeopardize the funding and stall the progress on that reservoir. Since then, when that bill was filed in the last couple weeks, there has been a massive campaign of opposition, a massive outpouring of effort and resource by stakeholders, by business owners, by elected officials, by fishing guides, who all dropped what they were doing, sacrificed tens of thousands of dollars to go to their one opportunity to make their voice heard on their concerns with this bill. And they were met with, you don't know what you're talking about, you have been misinformed, you are here under false pretense, and we're sorry that you have done this. Since then, we have seen, again, a massive misinformation campaign, mailers from the DC swamp that have been sent out statewide with the intent of confusing the public and confusing the stakeholders. There's been attempts to censor and silence our voice. And from all of the tens of thousands of people that have voiced their concerns on this, I have a message to this board, and that is thank you. Thank you for relying on the expertise of your legal counsel and your staff and yourselves to look into this bill and confirm that indeed those concerns that the citizens had are shared by this board and by the governor. I also have a message for those in Tallahassee. The politicizing and maneuvering of our water that hold the fate of a national treasure in the Everglades at stake is wrong. It is wrong. It must end. And we will not put up with it any longer. We're paying attention, and we are not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. Chairman Goss, that concludes our public comment cards.
I'm disappointed. I thought Sanibel would be. That's great. We'll go to, let's see, board comment, right? Yeah. Mr. Bergeron, you want to start with board comment?
It's an honor to start. First, I want to thank the mayor and all the elected officials for being here today, and I'm so impressed with your conservation. I first come to Sanibel Island in latter part of 59, 60 on a ferry. I'm kind of telling my age, but what a great job you all have done with the growth, but at the same time, the conservation. And you ought to be very proud. This island is a jewel. On 2508, I think it's important that our legislators understand in Tallahassee that there's 3 clients. Important for them to understand as we proceed forward with the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world, that we're so blessed to have 1,500 employees that have the expertise to complete such an engineering feat for 9 million people that live here. And you heard me say earlier, like Jackie said, a lot of things have changed since 1948. And Everglades restoration, under the leadership of our governor, the leadership of South Florida Water Management and our board members and our expert staff, our hydrologists, our biologists, our scientists, and we're driven by science. We can achieve this. We can achieve the balance for all of us in South Florida. We're blessed to be in Florida, one of the most beautiful, and in my eyes, the most beautiful state. I'm so blessed. My family's been here 8 generations. But it's important that our stakeholders, I just want to compliment you as well. Your voice is so important because when you know right from wrong, you have a voice. And we've got to continue this fight. We've got to let the legislators know up in Tallahassee that we're heading in the right direction. And like I said early on LOSOM doesn't take away the impacts from the 3 clients. Doesn't take all the impacts away. All it does is try to share them as we build more reservoirs and pretreatment areas, as we move more water south, and we have the quantity and the quality and the timing and distribution that was disturbed starting back in 1948, and decompartmentalize this system and move more water south and less water east and west, and move water compatible with the environment and the wildlife. So I want to thank our staff. We are so blessed, our board members here, to have such a staff and such great stakeholders. And it's all about we. I want to thank our governor. 44 ribbon cuttings on projects finished and projects starting. I've never seen that momentum since the beginning of Everglades restoration over 20 years. I'm going to save my comments. There's an item on C-43 that's very important, but I will say that's an extremely important project for the Caloosahatchee and for the west coast of Florida that we can continue. You know, the journey of water is the life of Florida, from sawgrass to seagrass. And I'm a true believer that we can accomplish that together. So I want to thank all of you. It's an honor to be here. It was nice coming here over a bridge instead of a ferry, but that's, I can see why, as I drove over here, why we are so blessed as I drove through the Everglades and ended up here on Sanibel Island. So I'm really want to thank my fellow board members. We've got a lot on our plate, but we're gonna make it happen, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Sanibel and Captiva for hosting us. It's talking to the hotel owners, business owners, experiencing myself the difficulty trying to find an open hotel room in this area in the month of March, and now I understand through the end of the summer. It reminds us, obviously, about COVID impact, but about how important the quality of the resources that everybody comes here and other places in Florida to see are, and about the strength of the state of Florida just in general. I wanted to mention a tour we had. When John goes through the water conditions report, we always see, and I have seen over the past 3 years, and always had a question about Water Conservation Area 2 and how we're always running above schedule. So we had a chance to, Sherry McCorkle, Sue Newman, and I had a chance to tour WCA 2, and I thank Danny Willard and Alex Pomerado for that, and to learn more about that part of the Central Everglades, and really also about the culture of the Gladesmen. And I had been out there, I'd flown over it, and you see these camps on stilts out there, and they are really special, and allow folks to enjoy access in a way that most others don't. But what was really interesting to me was the sort of the community that these folks had. And people just sort of stop in. You're on your airboat and you just sort of stop in and say hi and you're welcome. And so that was really interesting. And also, obviously, their value serving as a strong voice, for the protection and the rehabilitation of the area. So what I learned was that Area 2 has gone, Conservation Area 2 has gone through various regulatory schedules over the decades. And in the 60s through the 80s, we had a high reg schedule that, and we've seen the charts that drowned out the majority of tree islands, unfortunately. The schedule that we have now, I think, is still from 1989. It's a old schedule, and it needs to be improved. But the reason I saw for myself that we're always typically high above that schedule is because if we were on that schedule 4 or more months of the year, many places would still be dry. So the important part about that is, and we only have one registration gauge, I understand, so where other conservation areas have multiple. So that is changing. I understand we're studying that area more. I think there will be more gauges. It is certainly a more complicated area with, I guess, more inputs and outputs, so it's harder for us to manage different topography and everything. But the good outcome was that we are currently studying it. We're collecting more data points, and I think obviously the goal is to optimize management. Also learned that there is a tree island restoration plan being worked on. It's difficult, but I think we're at the initial stages where over time these tree islands potentially can regrow, which would be very interesting. And then Sue also showed us some cattail management area where there are large portions where we've removed cattails for the benefit of wildlife, waterfowl, and also for peat recovery. So that is also a new, well, it's not a new project, but it's a developing project that has some promise for that area. So I want to thank that group, a really helpful perspective. And it reminds me of how each of these sections in these remnant Everglades are different based on the flood control project from, 70, 80 years ago. Last point I wanted to make is to actually thank Jeremy McBrien of the Palm Beach County group. His last day, I think, is tomorrow, this week. So he's moving on. I have worked with him on county issues, since I joined the board 3 years ago. He has always been a great partner and helpful guide with regard to coordinating things between the county and the district, so we wish him well on his next opportunity. And obviously, we'll continue to work and look forward to working with Deb and her team. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Mr. Lipich.
So I have a few things. I'll try to be timely. The first thing I have is a book for our chair from the historic Martin County, and it's The Last Cracker Barrel by Ernest Lyons. And he is kind of like a pre-Maggie icon for our area. And he was a newspaper man, but he was also kind of a poet. And he wrote these pieces that are still very pertinent today. And I live in the town of Souls Point, and it goes to Hutchison Island on the ocean. And so every day I walk across this bridge that is named in his honor. It's the Ernest Lyons Bridge. And I just want to say that I think our chair has been an outstanding bridge to all of us for a better water future in all of our 16 counties. And so I'd like to say how wonderful it is to be here today, Chauncey, and thank you for being a bridge for all of us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the book. I look forward to reading it.
You're welcome. And the second thing that I wanted to do was welcome Mr. Rick Hartman, who is here in the back. Rick, would you stand up? Rick came all the way from Martin County. His leases are coming before us today, and his family is probably the oldest family in Martin County and a compilation of many families. So it's great to have you here today, Mr. Hartman. Thank you to the Army Corps of Engineers, to Eva, to the Lieutenant Colonel Polk, and to Colonel Booth for the incredible C-23, C-24 STA ribbon cutting. Afterwards, we went on a tour of the North Fork of the St. Lucie River, which doesn't get a lot of attention for whatever reason. And it's strange because it's absolutely beautiful. And it was just so nice to spend time together on the boat. And thank you to Merritt Matheson, the mayor of Stewart, who organized that for the most part. And Captains for Clean Water were there. Drew Bartlett was there. Many others were there. But the bottom line is, you know, the projects, the ribbon cuttings, Chauncey drove all the way over to speak and did a great job. But it's not until you get on the ground, near the water or in the water, that it really hits you. And I think that's the same for us here today in Captiva and Sanibel. It is so beautiful here that you feel that inspiration to fight for the things that we are fighting for. I recently took a girls' trip, I just have to say, with two of my girlfriends from Martin County High School. They're a little bit younger than I am. But we went hiking in Big Cypress, and we also went to the Fakahatchee, so I was thinking about Colonel Roman, and I have to say that, I mean, this part of the state is just unbelievable, all the stuff over here. I mean, it is gorgeous, and I mean, between the Panther Conservatory, or whatever it's called, the Big Cypress, Fakahatchee, Picayune Strand State Forest, Audubon's Corkscrew. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. And again, when I was looking through all of my studies or whatever, Nat Reed is, he's the visitor center in Big Cypress is named after him. And it was going back to like when they did Everglades National Park. I don't know if any of y'all have read about Ernest Coe. You know, all of these guys, they were all contemporaries back at that time with the park. And when the park came out, it was like half the size they wanted it to really be. And there was a lot of sadness and disappointment. And they kind of felt like they were hurt, or I'm going to say it, screwed over. They felt like they were really, you know, all of their work had not come out as they had expected it to. But rather than being defeated, they kept going. They kept going. And then Big Cypress, then Fakahatchee, then, I mean, one thing was added after the next. And I think that that's more visible on the west coast of Florida than it is on our east coast. And so I find it extremely inspirational to come over here because I think that there has, so many of the wonderful new additions are down here. No wonder everybody comes here. So very, very nice. And I have to just read for my last words that the last words of Maggie Herchella that were in an email to me and to Drew, and I'm just going to read the last words. And it was to all of us on this board. And she said, "I am so proud of you and the board for fighting back. I am so proud of you and the board for fighting back. We will keep fighting back, and you may push us back, and we may end up with half of what we thought we were going to have, but we will keep fighting back." Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Vice Chair.
I didn't know if you were going to skip over yourself or not.
I'm not kidding about traffic.
Noted. I wanted to thank everybody here for welcoming us here to Sanibel. It's a really beautiful place. We had a wonderful event last evening with you all. It's great to get out and do these board meetings in different locations. It's nice to interact with the communities and the people and the stakeholders here. I drove over last night to the event, and there was just this absolutely beautiful sunset, taking place, and it just, it continues to drive home the water. I mean, it's just, it doesn't matter where you are, whether it's St. Lucie or Stewart or Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale or Miami or Isla Mirada, Naples and Fort Myers and Sanibel. I mean, there is no question that the common link between all these places is the water. I mean, what makes Florida, Florida is the water. Florida is not Florida without the water. And all of these communities and all of the people's lives and everybody's, and many people's livelihoods are driven by pristine, beautiful waters that draw people to the state of Florida. And I think that, what we're doing is just every time you go to a new community or you go to a different place, it's constantly reinforced as just the critical element of society and the economy and people's lives here. I think that, we've gone through a variety of different projects that we've done, and everybody talks about ribbon cuttings and, substantial milestones completed and projects ultimately completed. I'm constantly reminded, I think, on the first or second day of his office, taking the governor's office, of 1912. And I always think about, in certain ways, the governor's leadership on a lot of these issues, because it takes courage, and it took a lot of courage to come out and make this a priority and to take a stand and to be in a position that really many governors have not taken. But I also think the words matter that you use. And it's interesting because Executive Order 1912 did not just say achieving more for the environment. There's another word in there that I think is critical and puts all of us in a downhill posture in terms of gaining momentum and completing things. It's achieving more now. And to me, that type of phrase, that little turn of phrase, the little word that's inserted there, it sort of activates you. It certainly activated me in terms of getting things done. I know one of our first meetings was C-43 Reservoir. And I think that I was certainly pushed and compelled by the order of the governor, which was achieve more. No, not achieve more. Achieve more now. And to me, that's been a I don't think that can be said enough in terms of where we are. Speaking on LOSUM, when you make these presentations and you go to these PDTs, and I listen to Ben, who's very knowledgeable and reads a lot of the stuff coming out of the water control plans and whatnot, it's clear to me how intense this process has been. But it's not unlike a lot of things in life. You have to trust the process. You have to go through these things, and you have to grind hard to come out the other end with a successful solution. And you just have to go through these processes. And I guess my point is you kind of have to do the work. You have to go through the modeling. You have to go through the onerous engagements and the calls and the constant pressure from people who have stakes in the interests that are at hand. But you have to go through those things. One of the things you cannot do in life is cheat the process. You can't cheat the process. And to me, I think that's sort of what set a lot of people's hair on fire with Senate Bill 2508. It felt like it was cheating the process. And that was something, I don't think we stood for in terms of how this board reacted, because it undercut all of the work that went into the process. It felt like it was cheating the process. And I know for sure that it sent a lot of people here, obviously, up in arms. But, I've known the governor for a long time. He is he is the hardest working person I have ever met. He is all about working hard, going through the process, not taking shortcuts, not cheating the situation. To me, not gaming the system. To me, I think that we've all done a wonderful job of upholding those sorts of principles and holding people to account. And hopefully this thing will end in a positive fashion. I think the one last comment I'll make is, we're obviously over here. I took a tour. I think most people did. We all did it sort of separately, but the C-43 reservoir. I know we're going to get into some of the comments later, but I take some of the comments that were echoed today. This sort of hold and dump. Moving away from kind of the hold and dump to a more nuanced, flowing, approach to. But we've always talked about quality and quantity and timing and distribution, and that's kind of been the key. And the way to get there, in my opinion, is to capture, clean, and carry the water, right? I mean, we don't have a water problem down here. We got plenty of water. But we have to have the ability to capture it. And when we capture it, we need to clean it. And when we capture and clean it, then we got to carry it to where it needs to go at the right moment. And to me, getting these projects online, C-44, C-43, it is huge. I mean, it's literally huge. It's figuratively huge, but it's literally huge. But having the ability to capture that water, store it, clean it, meter it out, do what you need to do, and it is huge. I mean, it just underscores the need for the EAA reservoir, the need to get storage online. But once we do these things and we can activate, it seems like we are gaining a tremendous amount of ground to do what we need to do to help people all over the place and maintain the livelihoods and lives that are dependent, on Florida's waters. And so it's great to be here and great to tour those things. And, you can see it in a picture, but I think when you see it in person, it's utterly impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colonel Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you to Sanibel for hosting us. It's great to be here. And even though I live on the West Coast, and we're on the West Coast today, it's a 2.5-hour drive in season. Wow. So I'm glad that I chose to stay overnight with the rest of the board to pass up that 2.5-hour morning drive. So thank you for that. And I really want to say thank you to the Sanibel and Captiva Conservation Foundation. James, you're a terrific executive director. I know you're going to do great by that organization, and I really, really appreciate the hospitality and getting to meet some of your trustees last night at the reception. It was really a lot of fun. So I appreciate that too. As a board member, I've been from one side of the system to the other, from the St. Lucie estuary through the Lake Okeechobee, all down the Caloosahatchee, and now we're here at Sanibel having our meeting. And when I think about the crisis with the blue-green algae and how that all came to pass, and to come over the causeway and think of this little jewel and the economy and the people and the thriving community to have to suffer with those poisons and to realize what the future held in terms of their livelihoods in addition to their health. It must have been just so impactful and so much of a wake-up call. And it's destroying our environment with those types of events. And when I think of this current legislative session, where we're talking about a bill, 2508, that people dropped everything and went up to Tallahassee to speak against, and then to balance it with all of the real legislation we could really use for clean water. And I can't seem to reconcile those two. Maybe someone can in this room, and you can talk to me over lunch, but there's more that we need to be doing, and we need to move that needle for clean water so we can sustain it for our future. You know, put some markers down. And Jackie, you brought up a great point earlier about the workshop. Yes, we've met some milestones, and I think that we've done a great job. And I remember that workshop where we brought everybody in, FDEP, FDAX, and everything, and we were sitting there in shock, you know, about what they were explaining to us. And it would be great to regroup and have those agencies come back and tell us what has changed and what has stayed the same and where we can work together to move that needle forward. And I think that was a great suggestion, and I fully support that. And just thank you for everything. Your hospitality's been wonderful. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much, Colonel Norman. Ms. Meach.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm only going to say a couple of quick things. I'm a fellow island dweller, just a different island. You're doing a better job of it than we have done. I've been very actively fighting overdevelopment. It is upsetting, but I'm a land use nerd. So those of us who love comp plans, I want you to know that yours is excellent. And I have written myself a note to read the Sanibel Plan, Volume 1 and 2. There's a real beauty to it. And if you want to see how I feel about it, when you have time, look up Alamorada's comp plan. It is purposely confusing, I believe, in order to allow overdevelopment. I got lost last night. I couldn't find the one road in, one road out. I couldn't find where I was going. It was a happy mistake because I got to drive around Sanibel's community, right? And I'm like, and I was early. So I got to go through all of these wonderful places that I've never seen before. I know what you fight for. It is fantastic. The amount of hammock that you have on this island is unbelievable to me, unbelievable. Finally, I love driving through the heartland. It is the part of, I hate to say this, but I know 22 million people and 16 million people live on the water. I'm not really a water person. I'm more a heartland person. And when I drive through there, I always say, hey, Heartland, I'm one of you. I am. I'm one of you. I love that. And I understand what your concerns are, but let your heart not be troubled or let it be afraid, because it really is just about shared adversity. Nobody wants to hurt the Heartland. Nobody does. Nobody. We'll work together and we will make it work because we have to. People shouldn't beg not to be poisoned by water. And that is the critical place that we've come to. We're finally, in 1985, my house burned down and I was in it. And I barely got out. My roommates were in it. I was in college. It messed me up for a while, just the whole thing. And 2508 has messed me up. It took me a while to like regroup after I realized life was so fragile, and at any minute you could be studying for a final exam and the next morning have nothing left. I could not and cannot accept that we have made so much incredible progress. We are rolling. We are on fire. We are going at it. And to be blindsided by something like that has left me a little concerned and worried, and I feel upset and very upset by it. And I will get better, but I have seen too much, right? It's that song, Doctor, my eyes have seen the years and the slow parade of tears without crying. This really upset me, and it's gonna take me a while to get over it. But my promise to you is I'm gonna work harder. That's how I'm gonna manage it. I'm gonna work harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meeks. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been said already today, but thank you, Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, for the wonderful reception last night. Chauncey, thank you for being the host, both of y'all. That was a neat reception. It was neat to get to spend the time talking to everybody. Pick it up where Cheryl left off on the comp plan. Congratulations. I did not realize all the work that has gone in to maintaining 70% of the island as natural. When I learned that from the Hollies last night, that blew my mind. Y'all have something special here. I've always known it. My family's vacationed here when I was a youngin', and enjoyed it. Something special. And learning all the work, the history that went into it. Congratulations. I got to meet the legend last night, Porter Goss, Chairman's daddy. What a neat man. What a neat story to kind of hear about. It was neat to get to meet Mr. Goss last night. We've had a ribbon cutting since the last board meeting. Scott Water Farm, been in operation, but thank you to Evans Properties, the family associated, all the staff at Evans for working to help store more water. It's a unique area where the Scott Water Farm is, right on the break of us and St. John's. And there's a lot of opportunities that place holds, and I think that there's more to come in that area. So we'll see what the future holds there. Lastly, I'm gonna keep it short here, but Monday, bought fuel delivered to my farm for $4.40. Yesterday, fuel delivered to my farm, red dyed diesel, same deal, $4.40 on Monday, $4.86 yesterday, up 46 cents in 2 days. Of course, my first concern when I hear that is looking over our budget and how bad that breaks our budget at the farm level. Within agriculture, we go through a lot of fuel. Citrus, I think we're going to see, I feel for the citrus industry right now. With some of the challenges they're going through, they've got to maintain healthy trees, fertilizer inputs, fuel inputs. It's going to cause them to cause some cutbacks. My next thought turned to the district. We have a lot of inputs when it comes to petroleum, when it comes to fuel. So I called up Rich yesterday afternoon, late afternoon. Apparently I left Candida's budget staff scrambling, but it wasn't scrambling that much because they track these type of things. I was curious what that has done to our budget at the district, this rising fuel price. And just kind of wanted to share with you some of their results. I'm jumping the gun on Drew. Drew's getting a briefing on this on Tuesday. So I jumped the gun on it. But our budget, Candida's budget staff, they had spreadsheets, and they were sending, Rich has sent me several copies here. But for what is projected on our budget this year, and these are given fuel prices on March 7th. March 7th was what day? Today's the 10th, so that was Monday. You know, I saw a 46-cent increase. So these numbers are already behind. Best case scenario for the rest of our budget year, we're looking at a $2.1 million deficit. Best case scenario compared to budget. Worst case scenario right now, we're looking at a $4.5 million deficit. That's on fuel, non-STA fuel. That's only fuel. We're looking at rising cost of fuel and a whole host of other inputs. I bring that up just as a reminder to all of us that going forward, get ready, we're going to have some challenging discussions as we go forward. But because our input costs are certainly going up. With that being said, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Appreciate it. I think you all said pretty much everything I wanted to say, but I would like to jump on the thanks train to SCCF for that great reception last night. James, thank you very much. Thanks to your board and your staff for doing that and hosting us. It was just a special evening, so I really appreciate that. Thanks to you all for coming out here. It means a lot to this community. Thanks to this community for welcoming us with such open arms. It means a lot to the board. The tour yesterday we had of C-43 was awesome. I haven't been there since before COVID, and we've made a lot of progress. It's really exciting. I thank Lane Construction for what they're doing. I thank our staff for what we're doing. We're getting things done. We've got some discussions to have this afternoon or in a little bit after some reports, but I'm looking forward to those discussions. I'd like to just close by saying I do associate myself with the remarks made by the vice chair. I think that I grew up believing very strongly in process. It's there for a reason. It keeps us out of trouble. Hard work keeps us out of trouble. Shortcuts get us into trouble. So I think that what he said was exactly spot on. With that, we're going to go to the consent agenda. And let's see. Is there any general comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, do you want to ask to see if any board member wants to move to any items to discussion?
I do, because I'm out of order. Of course I do. Would any board member like to move? Would any board member like to move anything from consent onto general? No. Great. Is there any public?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
No public comment on consent. Is there any board member who'd like to make a motion to move consent?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on consent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take that vote. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Colonel Werman?
Yes?
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thank you. Consent passes unanimously. And we will go to technical reports. Mr. Metnick? See if that microphone works.
It should work.
Check it, I think they fixed it.
All right. Afternoon, or still morning, I guess. Real quick, running through the water conditions report. You can see we haven't had a whole lot of rain for the month of March, but if you look back over the last prior 3 months, each of those months were a deficit overall individually. So that leaves us at about 80% average so far for this dry season. So going back to the end of October, middle of October, right in there, we're running about a 2.1 inch deficit of rainfall so far district-wide. For the month of February, you can see some of those areas over Lake Okeechobee over here towards the west coast and the lower Kissimmee Valley, they light up as red as they didn't get a whole lot of rainfall at all during the month of February. Real quick, looking at the lakes in the upper chain, as you would expect, they're starting to come down up there in the upper right-hand corner. East Lake Toho is going through its recession that you expect this time of year. Same for Lake Toho. some of the rains that they just experienced within the last 24 hours will flatten out that recession just a tad. So we'll be increasing some of the flows down through the system to maintain that recession as we go down. Same applies jumping over to Lake Kissimmee. We had been doing the minimum amount of flow, 300 cubic feet per second to the river coming out of Lake Kissimmee. But with that recent rain in the last 24, 36 hours, we had to increase some of those flows in order to keep up with the inflows coming in from the north. So I think we've bumped it up to around 400, 450 CFS going down the river, coming out of Lake Kissimmee. When Sean gives his ecological report, he'll talk a little bit more about the conditions in Lake Kissimmee and those low stages that you see there on the graphic in the bottom left-hand side. Jumping a little bit farther down in the system, Lake Okeechobee, as usual, this is the projection, looking at Lake Okeechobee coming out for the next several months. It takes into consideration all the prior years and reasonable rainfall that were experienced in those prior years. Again, what you want to focus in on is that purple shaded area, which roughly represents from the 25th to the 75th percentile. So said another way, it's a 50% chance that as we move forward in time, the lake stages could fall within that purple shade. Last month, when I presented to you, I had indicated the month of February, the lake sort of flattened out a little bit, but there you see in the middle portion of February, I don't have the laser that'll work on the TV screens in front of you, but if you look at the middle portion for the month of February, you can see that recession started to kick in. Had a slight pause there towards the end of February, but over the last couple of days, that recession has once again resumed. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that as we go through the month of February and trying to balance and manage the water resources that we have with the rain that Mother Nature gives us to meet all needs within the system. So we're going to keep track of that and watch it very closely and make adjustments as needed. Looking at the potential for discharges to Caloosahatchee, you can see the majority of that is represented by that 2,000 CFS that's been flowing from the lake to the Caloosahatchee since about the November, December timeframe. And then as you get closer into the wet season, it sort of tails off as you would expect when basin flow starts kicking in. Over on the St. Lucie side, again, want to remind everybody that this is the model output and what the model would expect. So the model is coded for LORS of 08 that it would send that 200 CFS of the 650 that LORS always talks about. It would send it to the St. Lucie, but in reality, a lot of that water gets moved over to the other side and becomes 650 to the west coast or more to the west coast. So just recognize when looking at these sort of graphics, it's what the model does. Looking at the lower portion of the system, up in the upper right-hand corner, you can see Conservation Area 1 is also going through a similar recession with some of the drier weather. I think the Corps of Engineers just took the action this week to close the S10s, which are the structures that move water from Area 1 into Area 2, because it's getting closer to that line and letting Mother Nature sort of take over with the drier conditions that we've been experiencing so far. Similar story down in Conservation Area 2. I think Mr. Steinley talked about this during his comments. That area has been above schedule and sort of plateaued off. You'll see that recession in Area 2 increase a little bit as the S10s have been closed and no longer moving that water from Area 1 down into Area 2. So that takes us over to Area 3. We have been continuing with the operation to try to pull water out of Area 2 and run it across the top of Area 3 to put it over into both the northwest and the northeast corners of Area 2 to try to support some of the wading bird colonies as best we can given the water that we have. So that operation will continue, but as you can see, Area 2 has been drying down and those stages have been decreasing. Going back to some of the graphics that I had presented last month to the board, so far this water year, which would stretch all the way back to May of 2021, it's the third highest on record for the last 10 years of water moving through Area 3 and into Everglades National Park down there at the bottom. So that's a trend that we hope to continue, and we'll continue to manage the water supplies that we have within Area 3. So just looking overall how water has moved around, you can see the inflows to Lake Okeechobee have been roughly 1.4 million acre feet so far this water year. Over on the east coast, roughly 53,000 acre feet have been discharged from the C-44 basin. None of that has been attributed to Lake Okeechobee. It's been all basin runoff. C-23, 24 have moved about 238,000 acre feet with another 100,000 acre feet, give or take, going into the Indian River Lagoon up in the Fort Pierce area. Over here on the west coast, you can see the estuary has received about 1.3 million acre feet, just short of 1.4 million acre feet, with about 430,000 acre feet have been attributed back to Lake Okeechobee in that water that has been moved into the estuary. The southern portion of the system, you can see the conservation areas have had inflows just less than 1.3 million acre feet, and I already touched on how much water has moved out of the conservation areas down into Everglades National Park. Along the lower east coast, you can see we've discharged just shy of 1.6 million acre feet have been moved off of the lower east coast and moved to tide and the intercoastal. Looking at the inflows of stormwater treatment areas, one thing you'll notice on this slide on the far right-hand side, you'll start to see some of those hatched bars are increasing. That's representative now. We're midway through the dry season and the movement of water down through the system during the dry season. So in prior months, you hadn't really seen any bars going back to November and December, but now as we're, as I said, moving through the dry season, you'll start to see that hatch bar increasing as we continue down through the rest of the dry season and continuing to move water down through the system. I think this was...
John, Mr. Mitnick, can you go back a couple, sorry, before you go too far? First of all, back up one more, pretty please. Thanks. So just looking at that 1.6 million number by Miami, can you just remind me how many outlets that is? I mean, does that go all the way up the East Coast, or is it just under Delray, or?
Yeah, it goes all the way up the East Coast, all the way up to Palm Beach County and up into Jupiter.
It does, all the way up.
Last month, I had showed you numbers. I think at that point in time, it was a little bit less or closer to the 1.6 million acre feet number. And of that 1.6, around 1 million to 1.1 million was within Miami-Dade County itself and going to Biscayne Bay. So the majority of that 1.6 has been in the lower portion of the system, but the total number stretches, like I said, all the way up to structures up into Jupiter.
Okay. I'm always taken aback by that number.
Is that mostly dictated by where the rain fell?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then your next slide, I might be missing something, but you just said that 2022, the most water, except for one, went to the Everglades this year?
It's the third highest in the last 10 years for water delivered underneath Tamiami Trail.
Okay, and when you say something like that, do you make a connection to this chart, or do you feel like this chart is separate?
This chart's a piece of it. It's not the whole story, but it is a piece of it. It's a combination of that water that has moved down through the system from the north, as well as direct rainfall on water conservation areas.
Okay, so we've got 2 more months before we're finished?
Generally speaking, yes.
And I know you don't do the percentages anymore, but what do you think it is of Lake O water going south through the STAs?
Just looking at the quick mental math, I'd have to break out a calculator, but you just divide the numbers that are there on the screen.
We'll talk about it for a minute.
Sure. I mean, when water managers look at the system, the percentages to me are misleading in the sense that it doesn't tell the overall story of what is really happening in the system. You want to focus in on the quantities and where those quantities are being moved. A percentage is just 2 numbers divided one by the other. It doesn't tell you what's really happening, and it's not indicative of the real conditions that we experience, as Mr. Wagner said, where the water fell and how it fell. So it's more appropriate to me to look at the overall magnitudes of the numbers as opposed to just looking at a strict percentage of where water went.
Very good, and so that kind of ties into that you might have, how it ties into how much water is going to the Everglades.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think it's really I mean, I know for you, perhaps, this is something you do so often, but for me anyway, and I think for many people, these are key information pieces for trying to read if we're doing a good job. So I really appreciate when you just pay a little more attention when you talk about it. Thank you.
Very well. So I think this was touched on a couple times earlier in the meeting. Groundwater conditions, I'll just start over on the lower East Coast. You can see groundwater is continuing to trend down as you would expect during the dry season, but more in particular, if you look at the lower West Coast there, a lot of those wells are in that less than 10% of their historical values. So it's something that we are very closely paying attention to. And I know Mr. Butler said he jumped the gun with Drew's briefing next week. Drew's also getting another briefing next week on these groundwater conditions and what actions the Water Management District can do as far as managing the water resources over here on the West Coast and looking at that groundwater condition. But they are trending down for this time of year, and it's something that we need to start paying closer attention to and continue to track and follow. With that, just looking ahead as to what the Climate Prediction Center says, the one thing I'll note on this slide that is different from last month is that very bottom May through July 2022 graphic. Given that we are in a La Nina-like condition for this dry season, we've been reporting that the below average rainfalls for March, April, and May in the upper graphics, that has not changed. They're still calling for that below average. What has changed in the forecast from the Climate Prediction Center is that bottom box there. Last month when I presented, it presented a above average forecast for rainfall into the wet season, but now they've downgraded that forecast to make it more equal chances. So it's not something to be overly concerned about at this moment in time, but it's something to be aware of and that we'll continue to monitor how the next several months and into the wet season will play out as we look at the overall system and manage the water. With that, I can tell you, Mr. Butler, you're going to get some rain this weekend. Mr. Goss, you're likely to get some rain as well over here on the West Coast.
Good.
So you can sort of
Good for
see
them.
that swath of a system that's coming down that'll drop some water in the Kissimmee Valley and then stretch over here to the lower West Coast. But after that, there may be another event a little bit farther out in the week for the upper portions of the system. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Bergeron.
As we continue through the dry season and entering into the wet season, we need to continue to move water so this Central Everglades has capacity as we enter into the rainy season. And to help our board members, and especially the question you asked, Jackie, what the problems that we have been resolving down at the Tamiami Trail, the seepage wall that should be complete, John, June, July?
We're pressing hard to get it done before this wet season comes in.
Right. That's extremely critical to the oozing river of grass, where we have a cumulative backup at the Tamiami Trail, which forces us to move more water east and west. Even at times in the Central Everglades, the average water that moves south is sitting in the Central Everglades, and then it's released. And that's very unnatural, this cumulative backup. So what we're doing down at the Tamiami Trail, which I've apologized to my board members because I talk about it so much, is getting the water moving year-round. Not the trigger gauge in the 8.5 square mile area hits a certain level, you cut off the 333s, you cut off the flow through Shark River Slough. Then you come around to shutting the S12 gates for a single species, 1 out of 70. And then all of a sudden you can open up, and they're shut 9 months and you can open them up. So water can move naturally by gravity from the Central Everglades to Everglades National Park, rehydrate that, and deliver to Florida Bay compatible volumes of water where seagrass quits dying. So due to this board's leadership and our staff, completing the seepage wall, I hope we see very shortly that the 333s can run year-round. So we equalize water levels between the central and southern Everglades with shared adversity and shared impacts. Along with removing the old Tamiami Trail that's blocking the natural sheet flow is done. Also, we're working on the L28, which is on the western boundary of the central Everglades bordering the Big Cypress Preserve, and our staff is working models because there's 3 culverts designed to let water flow southwest to the 10,000 islands, naturally by gravity. So when this whole bottom end is opened up, you'll stop the cumulative backup in the central, which forces more water to go east and west. That compatible water level with the environment and the wildlife and the plant communities is oozing year-round. And we're getting very close to be able to get the benefit of $1 billion of infrastructure that's already built and the 3.6 miles of bridges. Extremely important because that volume of water is the compatible volume that would never go in a reservoir. That's the environment's water. So I think we're heading in the right direction, and we're focusing on the barriers that's not letting us let that water equalize. And I really want to thank our staff for putting this all together. I don't know where we're at, John, on the models for the additional culverts in the L28, and then the model to get that water beyond the Tamiami Trail and beyond Loop Road. I don't know where we're at in that process, but I think that's extremely important, that's more water moving south and less water moving east and west. So are we getting close for the board to be able to see what's necessary, what infrastructure is necessary there?
Jennifer, you want to address Mr. Bergeron's question?
Sure. So we've completed the survey work, and we are currently undergoing the modeling, both the hydrologic modeling and the hydraulic modeling. We have preliminary sizing on those 3 culverts in the L28, and so that's what we're modeling right now in order to see the hydrologic impacts that moving more water through those culverts would deliver in terms of the water along Loop Road and ensuring that we understand how additional culverts and additional culvert placement would be needed and what that looks like. And so we anticipate that modeling being complete in about 6 months.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I think at the end of the day, when the seepage wall's done, we're going to see more water moving south, which is so important to this overall environment.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Appreciate it. Mr. Scully?
May I have the slides, please? Thank you. Good morning, members of the Governing Board. I'm pleased to report this morning that the overall condition of the ecology of Central and Southern Florida is very good. Okay.
Arrow down.
Thank you. Beginning in the northern part of the district, this is a water depth map of the Kissimmee River floodplain, which shows an expected drying as we progress through the dry season. We are, as John mentioned, despite having to reduce our discharge because of the lowering of the water levels in the headwaters, we are seeing the beneficial effects of the lower discharge because it's concentrating the prey base and will enhance foraging in the Kissimmee River floodplain. At the same time, we're enjoying a recession in the Kissimmee, Cypress, Hatchinaha chain of lakes to enhance light penetration, and it would foster greater SAV growth, and in addition, increase foraging opportunities for the snail kite. The next slide shows inflows and outflows, including evapotranspiration for Lake Okeechobee. As would be expected, outflows are greatly exceeding inflows at this point of the year. There are no harmful discharges going to either estuary, and the lake, I believe, is declining in the neighborhood of 14.3. This is a very pleasing graph to show where the lake is. Since January of this year, the lake water level has been well within the ecological envelope. Unlike several previous years, we've been fortunate with Mother Nature cooperating and allowing us to remain within that envelope. This gives an indication of today's or recent likelihood of a cyanobacterial bloom on Lake Okeechobee. It is typical for this time of year to have a slight increase in likelihood, and the reason you see it largely over on the western shore has been due to a predominantly east wind. But again, these numbers are not cause for an alarm. It is just typical as we slightly get to warmer temperatures. The good news here is, although we haven't collected data since the last board meeting, the last report was that none of these stations sampled in the lake have any cyanotoxins above the detectable limits. And you can see the chlorophyll values that are slightly elevated do corroborate the remotely sensed image I showed you on the last page that shows a little higher levels on the western shores. This is an interesting graph about foraging that we survey on Lake Okeechobee. I don't know if I can show this. The orange dot that you see to the far right, which is above the long-term average, is a very good sign of excellent wading bird foraging opportunity, and it's mostly in the southern and western portions of the lake. On a later slide, I'm going to show you a similar graph in the Everglades, and that because birds are very mobile and able to move to areas where foraging opportunities are the best, this time of year it looks like Lake Okeechobee water levels are providing a more desirable than normal opportunity for foraging. St. Lucie inflows and salinity conditions. Again, a good news story here. For several months, we've been within the good range of salinity in the St. Lucie estuary. Both a month ago and currently, we see a very nice salinity profile from the North and South Forks all the way to the mouth of the estuary. And as you can note, it's been almost 1 year, there's been 0 discharges from Lake Okeechobee into the estuary.
Bravo.
We have a different story here, but it's also good news. We are providing beneficial flows to the Caloosahatchee estuary, again, to see that very desirable salinity profile. And you can see that from Cape Coral, Shell Point, and Sanibel, all 3 salinity profiles for the past several months have been in the good range. I'm going to take a brief moment to share with you 3 coordinated activities that we are undertaking in the Caloosahatchee estuary in terms of ecological monitoring. We have a baseline monitoring component. We have a set of monitoring that belongs to the minimum flows and levels. And then we also have restoration monitoring that's being undergone. Here are 2, it's called surface. It's to detect the estuarine response to freshwater inflows. That's essentially what surface stands for. And chlorophyll and fluorescent dissolved organic matter, or in layman's terms, color, are 2 factors of the water that can inhibit light penetration and SAV growth. So what you see here is a gradual trend with the most favorable conditions, that is the lower levels of FDOM and chlorophyll A occurring down in the lower estuary. Again, we're building this information to learn about the causes and the effects, because this corroborates the monitoring that we're taking on submerged aquatic vegetation. So here we are with SAV. We routinely monitor twice a year. We do a wet and dry season. And what we really see here is corroborated by the factors that can inhibit growth. What we do see here is that in the dry season sampling, it is expected for less productivity during the dry season. It doesn't necessarily mean that the estuary is in poor health in terms of SAV abundance. But we do see very good signals of SAV down, especially in segment D or the lower estuary. Zooplankton, fish food. They're at the base of the food chain, and these are being monitored, they're being monitored as part of the minimum flows and levels. We look at zooplankton, and we also look at rangia, which are clams. And what this is telling us is the abundance of freshwater, marine, and brackish zooplankton, which serve as vital food for fish, juvenile fish, and the entire food chain in the estuary. And these are monitored seasonally, and again, they indicate a good diversity. What we also see, it's maybe hard to see in your graph, is up near S79 structure that there seems to be a concentration or a high level of abundance near the structure. And during low flow periods, these are free-floating animals. If the S79 structure is closed or at low flows, they may tend to accumulate at that structure and as an artificial barrier. It's not a bad thing, but it's just an observed phenomenon. Oops. And for the rangia clams, this is also part of the MFL monitoring of valued ecosystem components. Again, on a seasonal basis, we both look at the abundance and the strength. You can see the difference in between the upper and lower parts of the estuary in terms of the size of the clams as well as overall health. And we also do a routine monitoring of oyster recruitment, both the juvenile, or it's called spat, and as well as in the larval stage, as well as adult oysters. And these graphs, to point out to you, is that when you see the zero numbers, it's a seasonal event when the spat basically settle, so those are not of concern. What we do see is that when you tend to see the increase in the density of the spat, it's a function of salinity. And basically what this is telling us is that if we have the salinity in the desired range, that we would enhance spat production. And then for the adults, we see a similar story. We do this monitoring regularly, and we do it in two locations. One is in Iona Cove, which is in more of a protected area, and one in more of the lower estuary. And both signs show a favorable response, especially this last monitoring period. We did see a significant increase in adult oyster densities. For the Everglades stormwater treatment areas, I'm going to go through this kind of briefly, but overall, despite a lot of vegetation management work and construction, with some of the flowways being offline, the overall STAs in terms of their total phosphorus removal capability is doing very well, given the present circumstances. A total of almost 90,000 acre-feet of Lake Okeechobee releases to the FEBs and STAs have been delivered so far this water year. And the graph to the lower right shows the water depths. In that gray horizontal band is where we'd like the water depths to be for optimal phosphorus removal. And we're, this time of year with low, relatively dry conditions, we are still managing to do fairly well. And with STAEs, what you'll see here as a common thread is there is a lot of construction going on, and in many of the flowways we do see some of the vegetation is stressed, but still we are exacting good performance. The good news here is that even though we see two of the eastern and western flowways are currently offline, it's anticipated that later this calendar year, both the repair work will be done and the entire STA should be online later this calendar year. In STA 1 West, we also have a lot of construction going on, but we still are able to introduce water if available. And we are also conducting a lot of scientific experiments in those diagonally shaped areas to the right of the STA, which help us. These studies are designed to help us understand the ways to optimize phosphorus removal as part of the Restoration Strategy Science Plan. In STA2, we are able to deliver water right now. We're delivering it to the southernmost flowway, subject to some restrictions, but we have had very good results lately with the outflow concentrations, as you can see, is at or below the WQ bell. STA3-4, we also are having work being conducted. This is traditionally one of our best performing STAs, but we do have some work going on that is limiting our inflow capability right now. And so good news about STA 5-6, if you see the northernmost flowway, especially flowway 1, this is a time of year when STA 5-6 is particularly vulnerable to dry out. And that not only hurts at the present, but it can cause a subsequent rise in TP once that flowway is re-wetted. So we're making attempts to keep these flowways wet, starting at the north. We have both short and long-term strategies for hydrating STA 5-6. The short term is a redeployment of a temporary pump that we can introduce water into flowway 1. We also have, as you heard earlier this morning, the C-139 flow equalization basin will be another source of water to keep these flowways hydrated. And strategically, we're looking to improve the connection from Lake Okeechobee to this stormwater treatment area. One slide on Biscayne Bay, again, a good picture. These data are collected by the National Park Service and show salinity from our coastal structures into the bay, and they have consistently remained in the good range for the last several months. Everglades water depth maps. What I'd like to share with you is on the rightmost graph here, you do see that brownish color in the northeast portion of Water Conservation Area 3A. That's in the neighborhood of one of the largest wading bird colonies known as Alley North. And what John described is that we're making efforts to deliver water to that local area. And based on an aerial overflight conducted by Mark Cook earlier this week, we are seeing benefits, increased foraging just from that, and observed wetter conditions right in that, along parallel to that canal. And so it shows that those type of rehydration can have very quick response. The birds are very aware of that. And here's the graph I wanted you, remember a few slides ago I showed you the very good foraging number for Lake Okeechobee. Last year was a banner year, and my scientists advised me that you don't need to have a banner year every year, that birds are resilient, they're mobile, they're gonna go where the good foraging habitat is. So even though we do see a steep decline here, number one, we do anticipate these foraging numbers to increase as early as next week, and we'll probably also see that followed by successful nesting in this area. But one hypothesis is a lot of these birds flew a little bit to the north where the habitat was better on the lake. And the last slide I have shows a very good condition. We still have connectivity in Taylor Slough and flow being delivered to Florida Bay. And what you like to see is not so much of the big swings, ups and downs as you see on the left of those graphs of salinity, but you'd like to see that flat line, if you will. And the good thing is that in all three locations, where we are today with salinity, we are primed for drier conditions before the onset of the wet season, so that you can see we like to stay within those blue boxes. So things look very good from north to south, east and west. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thanks very much. Any questions, comments from Mr. Scully? Mr. Lipich, not so fast.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Can you please go back to slide 24? I'm just curious. So the differences, I know you talked about it, but the number differences between February 2021 and February 2022, I mean, they seem pretty extreme. So is that kind of a regular occurrence between banner years and quote unquote non-banner years, or is there an average? Are there numbers that you kind of hope for or look for? How do we, I know you have to go over time, but can you talk about this a little bit?
Sure. Clearly, the key indicator for having a banner year in 2021 was the extent of which you see the dark and light blues shades. It all has to do with the opportunity and the timing of foraging habitat. And it's a function not only of how wet an area is, but also the rate at which the water recedes and concentrates the prey. That creates the ideal conditions for foraging. So to answer your question, because the climate, the hydrology, the rainfall is highly variable, that may have been more of a fortunate and not a regular event that we experienced in 2021. But the good news again, though, is there is still opportunity with operations that we're taking to rehydrate those areas that are much lower than they were last year, but also that the birds are able to go where the habitat is. I don't recall the time series of we have documented that in our annual wading bird report, and I'd be happy to get that information for you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for what you're doing for the rookery.
Can I piggyback on that, just to make a comment to Jackie, because I asked this question too. I mean, we're dealing with an entire region, and this is just really a snapshot of one of the areas inside our sort of jurisdiction. I mean, the bottom line at the end of the day is the birds fly to where the food is. And so if the food's, the water's fallen and receding in a certain area, and that creates a favorable condition, the birds fly there to eat the food. And if there's, if it's happening in Lake Okeechobee, it's happening in Lake Okeechobee. If it's happening in the Everglades, it's happening in the Everglades. I think, the more concerning thing to me, it would be if we had a situation, and maybe this will inform or instruct how we sort of do these reports, but my sense is that I would rather know if, on the whole, we're having trouble in the entire area, as opposed to things are great in Lake Okeechobee, but they're not as good as they've been in the past in the Everglades, or things are great in the Everglades and they're not as good as they have in the past. And because it seems to me it just sort of switches around based on where the food is and not anything else. And so, I just think it would be helpful to know if we're in a situation where there's sort of an alarm bell going off because there's no food anywhere. I would rather know that than they're doing great in the lake and not in the Everglades, or they're doing better in the Everglades than great in the lake. I just think that's probably more of an indicator to me in an ecological report of the health of the system.
Vice Chair Wagner, I was going to piggyback off to something you said, and to go one step further, if we can do something with the hydrology that would improve the area that's showing a decline, that would be the next step. I think that then we can move the water, if there's water available for that ecosystem, so that it doesn't sink to the lowest level.
And I'd be remiss if I did add one more point to Vice Chair Wagner's points. Don't forget the birds that are on private ag lands. These ranch lands, they're also maintaining a lot of birds. So, I think it'd be pretty difficult to survey the entire system. I wouldn't be happy with a helicopter flying at 50 feet trying to count birds over my place. I imagine it's kind of difficult to get counts on private land, but the Audubon does do that. The Audubon does that over Christmas break. So I know those counts are out there. I haven't even looked at them, but that's another thought.
Yeah, it's like a grid square approach where you're doing an aerial survey based upon that grid square.
The state of Florida also monitors snail kites, and they too are mobile. And it's a similar situation in the upper and lower Kissimmee Basin based on water conditions.
I have a question.
Mr. Bergeron.
I think it goes back to, the quantity, the quality, the timing, and distribution. And as I spoke earlier, as we resolve the Tamiami Trail, and we can equalize water levels across from the central to the southern onto Florida Bay, including the Big Cypress Preserve, contiguous to the Central Everglades. When you have the Central Everglades with 3 and 4 foot of water, that's a cumulative backup because of the Tamiami Trail, and obviously we're addressing those barriers. I mean, there's no wading bird got a 3 foot leg, so it's a compatible water levels delivery is where we're headed under Everglades restoration. So a lot of the wildlife has to move to the compatible depths of water. And as the other thing to understand, you know, every decade or so, in order to cleanse a wetland, you know, through a natural dry season, those 2 seasons, wet and dry, are extremely important to a wetland. And those dry seasons, naturally, not created by man, the ground gets to crack and aerate, and the silt that forms underwater oxidizes and dissipates. And then here comes the rainy season. If you never have a dry season in a wetland ever, it's very hard to cleanse it. So you got to understand that sensitive balance. But the key to the wildlife and the birds and the plant communities and is all in Everglades restoration, what we're working on, and all those barriers that lets us water move south, like we hear from all of our stakeholders. And we're going to get there, and we're heading in the right direction.
Thanks, Mr. Trujillo.
I just didn't want anyone to think there could never be a dry season. I don't think we could have a healthy environment.
It's good to know.
Any more questions or comments for Mr. Scully?
Mr. Chair, one thing I would like to add is, this is science, this is counting things, but there's also stories. And since we've been here, we've opened up Brighton Valley, the Bluefield Water Farm, Scott Water Farm, and the C-44 Reservoir and STA and the Picayune Strand. And the stories I'm hearing of the birds at every single one of those places is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so if you ever get a chance to go visit one now, you're going to see an amazing flocks. The C-44 STA, just white pelicans everywhere, roseate spoonbills everywhere, snail kites everywhere. It's just incredible. So it's kind of exciting. That's not data, but and the Kissimmee River, I forgot about that. I mean, there's just a lot more habitat out there. So we're in exciting times when it comes to birds. So I'll ask staff about how can we bring all this together, you know, data, stories,
Yeah,
that kind of
it's a
stuff. 'cause
truer picture.
I think it'd be useful.
That's great. Thanks, Mr. Scully. Before we break for lunch, I see that Councilman Henshaw has joined us, and John, I gave your fellow council members a chance to say something. You don't have to, but I want to give you the opportunity to speak if you want to. You don't have to. You work for yourself. In that case, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Let's say 1 o'clock. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we'll move to discussion item number 20, and that's the C-43. Mr. Shirkey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. So yesterday, there was a big briefing at the C-43 reservoir site itself, and as you're aware, each of you did both a ground tour and a helicopter tour of the site. And for the public, we've got a video that kind of shows the types of things that you saw out there. If you want to go ahead and roll that. So this is flying over the C-43 in Townsend Canal towards the project site to the south. That's the inflow pump station that will draw water from the Townsend and put it into the reservoir. That's the Townsend Canal and installation of relief wells. And this is flying down the divider levee that splits the project into 2 separate cells. This is one of the water control structures that will allow water to pass between the cells. And this is some more of the typical embankment work that's going on out there. And the embankment is in various stages of completion. Again, that's more embankment work coming up out of the ground. Same here. And this is flying along the perimeter canal that will take water, irrigation water around the outside of the reservoir and send it to the farmers to keep them whole, the farms to the east in terms of their water supply. And as you can see, the dam itself, the embankment, the perimeter embankment is progressing pretty well. That section is basically complete, like Drew was talking about earlier this morning, aside from the placement of the soil cement on the interior that still needs to happen. So that's kind of a flavor for the types of things that you can see out there on the site if you visit it today. Okay, getting into, let's see. I got nothing here. Okay. So a little bit of the background of the project. So its mission basically is to capture excess basin water and excess Lake Okeechobee water that would otherwise go to the Caloosahatchee River and harm it. And so it captures that water that's not needed during the wet season, and it provides a means of metering it out during the dry season when the river does desire it. And so it primarily consists of, well, it's 10,000 acres in size. It consists of 19 miles worth of embankment, 15 miles worth of that perimeter canal I mentioned, 14 different water control structures, and improvements to the Townsend Canal that brings water to and from the C-43 canal itself. So there's several contracts that have been let in order to complete this project. Package one was the preload mounds and demolition of existing facilities. Those preload mounds basically settled the clay layer underneath them so that the structures, when they went in later on, would not settle and crack. The irrigation pump station was package two. So that's the pump station that draws water from the Townsend and sends it around to the east side of the project to those farms that I mentioned. Package three is the main inflow pump station that takes water from the Townsend and puts it into the reservoir. And package four is the big contract for the embankment, perimeter canal, and those control structures. So package one and package two are 100% complete. Package three is nearing completion. It's almost done, roughly 94% complete as we sit here today. Some of the previous board actions that have been taken regarding packages 3 and 4. So back in December of 2017, the board authorized entering into a contract with Harry Pepper for the inflow pump station. Later on, March of 2019, the board authorized entering into a contract with C-43 Water Management Builders Joint Venture, which is Lane and Salini. And then June 2020, the district authorized negotiating change orders on both of those contracts up to an amount not to exceed $10 million, or roughly 2% of the total contract value. And then in December, just this past December, the board authorized a change order for design changes to one of the specific control structures out there on the site. So this is the inflow pump station that I mentioned. That's 94% complete. Eventually, there will be a canal that cuts from basically the front there, the picture, over to the Townsend, and that pump station will pump the water up and over the embankment into the reservoir. This graphic shows progress to date on the embankment itself and some of the control structures. And so what Lane Salini did when they set out to construct the embankment. They started in the southwest corner. So you can see a lot of thick lines which reflect completion of certain features, and then they worked over to the east. So if you look at that G4 segment, it's pretty complete. It's all the way up at grade like Drew mentioned. And the only thing lacking there really is that interior soil cement and the exterior sodding. And then as you work eastward, it's a little bit less complete because that's the direction that they worked from west to east. And then they got separate crews working up. They started in the northeast corner and worked north and then westward. And then they've got still more crews working on the divider embankment, especially that north piece there. And so this is that G4 segment that's nearly complete. This is all the way up to elevation 54 at the top. And as you work eastward from there, there's a picture of the dam that's roughly halfway up. So it's coming up out of the ground, but not as complete as that work to the southwest. And then as you work further eastward still and northward, this is kind of the start. This is the drainage blanket and the foundation prep that's going on. So there's some particulars about the Package 4 contract, and what we're here to talk about today is kind of two categories of topic for the project. One is money associated with potential new change orders that are currently in negotiations. One is for differing site conditions for below-ground root material that has been discovered as the project has gone on. And then one is for a change that the district is initiating to go from seed and mulch to sod on the exterior slope of the embankment. So for the root material, it was anticipated that in the first foot or two of the ground surface that some root material from the remnant cypress and orange trees would be found. What the contractor has actually discovered throughout the site is excessive root material, large root material that goes all the way down to 5 to 7 feet below ground. That was not something that they could have anticipated at the time of bid, and so therefore we're in that active negotiation, like I said, in terms of implementing a change order so that they can bring on mechanical root rakes and sort out all this additional material that's been discovered. And then the second item that I discussed was a change to sod from seed and mulch. So this is a design change that's come about primarily from lessons learned both here and at C44 Reservoir. So here at the site, broadcast seeding, hydro seeding, and seed and mulching has been attempted, but the growing period is too slow for adequate protection. And so in the right-hand picture there, left-hand side of the embankment, you can see what's happened is the seed doesn't grow fast enough, and it gets washed away. Whereas over on the left-hand side of the picture, or of the slide, you can see sod at C44 Reservoir, and that's the way it should look. That provides very good protection against rainfall on the material itself. The other thing the sod affords is protection of dam failure. One of the prime dam failure modes is overwash, and so if there's a hurricane and the water stacks up along one side of the reservoir and then eventually gets blown over but with waves, it can cut into the embankment and cause failure. So the sod protects against that much better than the seed and mulch. So it's a dam safety issue as well as a constructability issue. So that's talking about the money aspect. Now to talk a little bit about the schedule aspect. So at the beginning of each project, whether it's this project or any other that we do, a baseline cost loaded construction schedule is submitted by the contractor for review and acceptance prior to starting the work. And then with each monthly pay application, an update to that schedule is submitted showing their actual progress in comparison to that original baseline. If there's issues that arise that cause delays outside of the contractor's control and the contractor is able to show that the critical path was affected, change orders can be executed extending the contractual, substantial, and final completion dates. Ultimately, when the project is done, if there's any delta between the date the contractor actually finishes and that contractually required substantial and final date, that becomes the basis for calculating liquidated damages. And so, as far as that critical path goes, that's the chain of events that need to be done without delay, such that the actual substantial completion date does not change. There's certain activities that are on the critical path, certain ones that are not. For example, if you were building a house and you've got a year to do it, there's things that would be on the critical path, like building the foundation, the base slab, vertical walls, roofing system, et cetera. And there's stuff that would not be on the critical path, like installing the carpet or painting the interior walls. Those types of things only take a short amount of time to accomplish, and you can accomplish them, say, any time in the last half of the project. So if they get delayed somewhat, it doesn't push the ultimate date of the house completion out. It's okay if they're scheduled to be done in month 7 and they don't get done until month 9. You still have that there's that much float there for those activities such that the total ultimate date is not affected. The critical path activities do not have that float. And so what we've been seeing as far as the schedule goes at C43 is an increase in the negative days of total float. So this is taking a look at those critical path activities that I mentioned. And back at the beginning of the project, we accepted the baseline schedule, and obviously at that point, they were at 0 days float, neither positive, which would mean they're ahead of schedule, nor negative, which would mean they're behind schedule. As time went on, they got to be about 5 months behind. We asked them for a recovery schedule. And a recovery schedule simply is a redo of the baseline where you either apply more resources, work more days, more hours, any combination thereof, such that you accelerate the activities to get back on schedule. They provided that, we accepted it, and then since then, as you can see, the number of days of negative total float have increased to 273 over the most recent pay application. So that's about how far behind schedule that reflects. With that, I have a resolution for the board's consideration, and I'm ready to take any questions. Also, Mark Schiller, the CEO of Lane, is present as well. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Shirkey. Vice Chair.
Alan, can you go back to the slide 15 for a moment? Okay. The recovery schedule accepted, that bullet point, it seems like it was starting to sort of head on a downward path. Then there was, I think what you said, a recovery schedule proposed, discussed, ultimately accepted to get sort of back on track, right? When you accept the recovery schedule, does that now go back to 0, reset you to the baseline because you have a new schedule? And because it looks like from the graph, they have made a rapid recovery back to no days behind, but it's not really a rapid recovery to no days behind. You're just resetting the schedule, right?
Correct. So obviously that recovery doesn't happen instantaneously in the field, but that sets out a new plan whereby if they follow it and stay in conformance with that schedule, it would result in the project being delivered on time.
Okay. A question I have is, yesterday in the briefing, we got, I don't know if, I'm not trying to joke about it, but we got what I consider the dog ate my homework slideshow, which was a series of reasons that the entity had fallen behind in certain respects and whatnot. It seems like there is, for some reason, a sharper decline from July of 2021, like from this graph, it looks like things are getting worse and not better. And I guess the question is there some reason that, did something happen in July and August of 2021? I think that's what it is. I can't, yeah. July or August of 2021 that had caused this kind of precipitous fall?
You want to speak to that, Mark?
First of all, it was a pleasure.
Mr. Schiller, thanks for being here.
Yesterday, spending time and helping you learn and understand various things in the nature of the project. To your question, I don't have a specific answer to that. You pointed directly to July of 21 last year. I don't have a specific detailed explanation for that. So I'm sorry I couldn't answer that question for you.
Okay, can you guys, I guess maybe report back with, to the staff or whomever to get us the information as to see why we're having, because I think some of the things we saw in the slideshow seem to be sort of, well, they would cover the entire period from a rationale perspective. Like, you know, there was something in there about sort of COVID, right? Well, we've had COVID for a long time. That would cover the entire period. Like, is something happening in the last couple months? I mean, maybe it's the supply chain situation. I don't know. But it seems like as we try to get, because I think we've got an issue before us on this agenda, but I think there's a bigger picture with respect to this project that I think is probably more concerning. It's more concerning to me. I sense that's probably more concerning to, you know, maybe the board as well. That goes beyond what's sort of on our resolution for today, which is a concern of making sure the project does get back on track and accelerated and put into a position that we have. I mean, I think my understanding is the work that's being completed is being completed correctly, and so I think that's a positive. But the pace at which the work is being completed is not, at least in my view at this point, acceptable. And I know that there's a substantial completion date that I think everybody's sort of eyeing as because let me ask this question, Alan. At substantial completion, we can start filling the reservoir?
Correct, yeah. So substantial completion is the point at which you have beneficial use of the facility.
Okay, because, and if you ask, I mean, this is maybe a little bit basic, but in my basic mind, it seems like you would want to start filling, you would want to have the reservoir ready to receive water at the beginning of the wet season. Like, getting it in place during dry season, okay, fine, but you're not getting the rainfall. The huge, like, for instance, if you started on June 1st, you said, okay, substantial completion is done on June 1st of whatever year that may be, 2024, okay? Then you would have the benefit of using the reservoir throughout that. You would not lose that wet season, right? You would gain that wet season. Is that kind of how we're viewing this?
Yeah, you would definitely use the reservoir to capture water in that time frame. That's correct. And then it would be, you would want to empty it leading up to those months so that you had the room to capture those summer rains.
Yeah, I get worried as the thing, you know, we kind of go through these baseline schedules, then we get a revised schedule, and it's sort of like, the last part of this slide 15, just, it scares me. It does not look like a good scenario. And so I don't know what to say other than.
I have a couple of quick questions. Just to let you know my background and my experience on this, just if it matters. So I'm from the pharmaceutical industry, and I was on a number of different teams building chemical factories or pharmaceutical factories. And at the same time, I was on project development teams that we were actually developing life-saving drugs for the sick and dying. And so we had to balance. We all had too much to do because that's life. So we had to balance that, and that was balanced by planners. We had a planner whose last name was Lunny, and every time I looked down and I saw her name on my phone, I would say Lunny to myself, Lunny is driving me loony. Lunny was the project manager on one of these factories. And that person was the reason that we hit every mark, because that person drove the project every single day. If your phone was ringing and it was Lunny, it was because you owed Lunny something next week. It wasn't because you were behind. Lunny was everybody's mother, and that's what it takes in a complicated world. And so my advice to you, I understand that you've changed project managers. My advice to you is, I don't know your background or education or experience of this project manager driving a $500 million project, but if you're going to be successful, you need a better project manager, because when I flew over there, this is the dry season. It should have been an anthill of activity out there, and it was nothing during the dry season, and now you have the wet season coming. So in my opinion, the system that you've got going is not working the way it should, and not working the way it should impacts human life here, because we are desperately in need of this. And that photo that was taken on October 2019, the first picture, I'm like grinning like a gopher. I was so happy. I will never forget that day, how happy we all were to be part of it. And like Vice Chairman Wagner, I have some real concerns. I believe that project management is the answer, but that's just my opinion.
Thanks, Ms. Meeks. Can I ask you a quick question, Alan? When you re-baseline, did you re-baseline time, money, or both?
It's a cost-loaded schedule, so it's got it all on there.
Okay, it's all in there. I guess my concern is looking at the slope of the line. The negative slope of the line is now sort of outpacing the old negative slope of that line. And how do you turn that around?
Really, additional resources is really the only way to turn it around.
So you re-baseline?
I'm sorry?
You re-baseline?
Yeah, we could get yet another recovery schedule that shows
Okay,
additional
so let's
resources.
say we do that and we have another recovery schedule. In a year from now, we're back here with the exact same negative slope of the line. What do we do to make sure we're not there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess from a practical standpoint, we've got to get better efficient management of the job.
Okay, so we need more efficient management of the job. Okay.
Yeah, there's some subs out there that are outperforming the GC itself and other subs, so there's efficiencies that need to be picked up. And then, like I said, additional resources can certainly speed up the project. And so those are the types of things that a recovery schedule would contain.
When you say additional resources, what you mean is money?
Crews.
Crews.
And yeah, they have to be paid, obviously.
All right, let me.
Chairman, if
Not
I could
necess-
jump in this is Jen Reynolds. Over here. If I could jump in for a second, because I want Alan to explain a couple pieces of the contract administration, because we're getting into like sort of the technical part of how this all works.
Yeah, we're trying to understand it. Thank you.
And what I want Alan to explain, because when we accept a recovery schedule, as we've been talking about, that doesn't change the end date of the contract. So it keeps the delivery date of the project the same. But what we're talking about now is when you start to have a project that's a year behind, there's probably some claims out there, as you guys saw yesterday from the contractor, that in their view explain some of those delays. Those claims may have time and or money associated with them, which then changes the numbers on this graph. And so, Alan, if you could talk through how we accept a claim, and then maybe go through an example of a time and a money claim, and how that would change the numbers on the graph in terms of days and float.
Sure. So if there's an event, say a hurricane, for example, that the contractor couldn't have foreseen, they can submit a claim for additional days associated with that hurricane. Say they couldn't work for 2 weeks because of it. They have to submit a time impact analysis as part of that. And what that does is that shows, number one, were there critical path activities affected, and if so, by how many days? Assuming we agree with that time impact analysis, and it does show that the critical path was truly affected by, say, 2 weeks, then we can issue a change order that will take the contractual substantial completion date out that 2 weeks. And so, like Jen said, then those numbers change. Then the negative float is less.
That's like a force majeure situation, right?
That particular example,
You have a situation that comes
yes.
in through no control of either us or them, that impacts the work site and the ability to work, and then it therefore, by nature, extends the completion date of the construction, generally speaking, by the period at which that force majeure started and ended, right?
Assuming, yes, the critical path was affected, exactly.
But it could also be a change to the design or the constructability of the project.
Yeah,
So if we wanted them to use some different material than what we had to put in the original specifications, and we asked them to make that change, there may be both time and money associated then with executing that work in a
Sure, you
different
gotta
way.
pivot to a new material, you gotta order the new material, it costs more than the material you thought was gonna initially be.
And it
whatever.
may be a harder installation, and so then there'd also be additional time associated with it. So it could be something out of their control, or it could be something we just choose to make a
Yeah,
change
you wanna
for
use-
good reason.
You wanna upgrade, you're not gonna do the porcelain, you're gonna do the marble, whatever it may be. Okay, I understand that, but I guess my question is, there are situations that I think are beyond anybody's control, reasonable control, and those may affect ultimate completion, substantial completion and whatnot, and there's a process in the contract for dealing with that. Okay, that's part one. Part two is, we started out with a particular tile and then we upgraded to the marble. Okay, there's an increase in that, and maybe there's a delay in getting the marble. And so these are things we wanted, we created, we have to own, and ultimately we pay for it in time and money, okay? And I understand that. But I remember when we originally approved this project, because it was one of our first meetings, and in fact, Chauncey had said, maybe we should wait, and then I said, achieving more now, let's do it now. So I'll own that part of it.
I'm glad we went ahead.
But to me, one of the things that drove me to the approval during that meeting was the complete confidence in the bidding that was done by Lane and the Italian, it was a joint venture as far as I recall, okay? And there were all these people there, and the thing that they were just totally on was their bidding. They are experts at this. They did a project like this of this scope in South America. They did one in Africa, if I recall correctly. And these other bidders, these other people who had bid and were all over the place, they just did not know what they were doing. They did not know what they were getting into. They had never bid a project of this size, and therefore they were sort of out of their league. And we should trust the Lane folks, because they could deal with a scope of project like this, and they can deal with the bidding. I'm fully aware that there are issues that are outside everybody's control, the force majeure situations. I'm also fully aware that there are situations outside the lane people's control, which is, hey, we changed the material we want. We want some, we're gonna add an addition that we did not originally contemplate. I'm definitely aware of that. But the question that I sort of struggle with is, right now, what I've heard, for instance, on the labor shortage side. Well, there's a labor shortage, we have trouble getting people on site, getting trouble having people come to work. But ultimately, what it really comes down to is that problem is an issue because of what you're effectively offering the worker to get paid. Like what I was told is that if we could increase the number, increase the price to court workers to come to us, that might solve the problem. And the question is, who has to throw the money at that? Does the district have to relieve Lane of its obligations to get this job done by throwing more money at it? Or is it really Lane who needs to stick its hand in its pocket on an issue like that and offer these people more money to get to the site? Because to me, when you come in and you tell us you're an expert on the bidding, which I listened to, and I definitely relied on, the question is, did I detrimentally rely on it now? Because if the question is, like, basically what's happening is they bid on a contract, they agreed to a contract, but they would like a release of a lot of those obligations, and they want that release to come from our pocketbook. That's the concern I have. Because to me, it may be true that we got to pay for additions that we asked for, we got to pay for weather days or whatever that cause these force majeures, but I don't think it's our responsibility to pay for labor increases that they did not consider. That's their problem, as far as I'm concerned. And I think they got to step up to the plate and do it, even if it hurts their wallet a little bit. That's the deal you made. And so, you know, to me, when people say they're committed, I mean, I talked to Mark, and I thought we had a very nice conversation, and I do believe him that they are committed to this project. But, you know, it's easy to say you're committed to a project when somebody else is reaching in their pocket paying for things. Commitment to the project, I think you got to show you're willing to stick your hand in your own pocket. That shows to me commitment on these things. And it seems to me that there may be some labor issues out there, but labor issues are cured when you start offering to pay people more. Suddenly they go, you know what, maybe I'll go to that project over in LaBelle. And I think that's something that we have to consider because, you know, it's one thing to just start, I mean, we sit up here, we're stewards of people's money, taxpayer money. I mean, it's one thing to sort of just think it's funny money and we're just going to throw a bunch of money at things. But, I mean, we need to make it clear. I mean, I think I'm trying to make it clear. I'm definitely not in that camp. I'm not in the let's just throw a bunch of money at it because it's fake money and it's not really ours. It's just spread around a bunch of taxpayers and therefore we're going to do it. I'm not in that camp.
And can I ask a question of staff? So this contractor came in at $523 million and change. I can't believe that I'm saying that $800,000 has changed. But anyway, $523 million, and the next bidder up, I think, was $690 million. Is that right? That's a huge difference in a project. I'm not a math major, but that's a huge difference. And as we went through the process, we've been taught that when it comes to procurement and giving contracts, we have processes and procedures that we have to follow by law. And so we took in everything that we needed to do, and we did everything we needed to do. We asked all of the right questions. We were told that you could do it. We were worried about the cost difference, and we were told that you were good to go, and on that day, you were very, very happy. So the presentation that I saw about staffing was national numbers. Florida is not national. We are Florida, and we are our own separate place and space. And I have people calling me all the time from North Carolina and other states that work in different fields, and they all want to come here to work. So I'm not sure that the numbers that we were given is truly an accurate number. I believe in the state of Florida, you can find somebody to do this work because everybody wants to live here. So I just wanted really to highlight the difference in the cost between this contract and the next contract up. And we really want this done, and we want this done. We need to have, we have a contract with you. We need to have this done in a timely way.
Alan, I got a quick question for you. Is the root material, was that on the critical path? And is that a time issue or a money issue or both?
In our opinion, it's just money.
Just money.
Not additional time.
Got it. And same with the facade?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask some questions?
Mr. Bergeron?
And that's in terms of just, you need more money to pick it up and carry it off. That's basically what you're talking about with the roots, right?
Yeah, to get it out of the embankment material, because we don't want it in there. It's a safety issue.
Got it. Mr. Bergeron?
Okay. Well, I got to say that, back when this was awarded, $150 million difference between the low bidder and the second bidder is certainly a substantial amount. I will say that Blaine, the contractor, has a great reputation. They're very responsible contractor that I've seen in the past. But what I observed out there, and as a engineering contractor for 57 years, is not enough resources to bring this project back on schedule. A lot of the work activities that I observed need to be addressed, and you need a very high-level critical path of those activities in order to stay on schedule and make up time. So you're going to have a lot more resources than I've seen for that to happen. Yeah, building these jobs, it's sort of like a train, and you have to have a sophisticated schedule of different scopes of work that allow other work to follow. I think that we're talking about change orders, and I think it's important that the contractor, and I know I'm jumping around, I wanted to say it first, we always want to be fair. We're in a partnership, but there's four corners of a contract. And we have the responsibility, like Scott said, to the taxpayers. But within the four corners of that contract, what are we responsible for? The owner that represents 20 million people in this state. And what is the contractor responsible for? So we're here today. Is there a schedule that they have presented that brings in the resources to work the activities through a critical path to come back to schedule? Do we have such a recovery schedule? I'd like to ask that question first.
Currently, we just have the one that was referenced on that slide that we received earlier that is not currently tracking. So that was the one recovery schedule we received and accepted.
Well,
So we don't have a second iteration of that, no.
Well, you can only get back on track with resources and being able to have a critical path scheduled where you're working in the right locations. And I think it's important with every change order that you have the critical path and you establish whether this, if it's additional work, is in the critical path. And then you issue the change order with or without time. It's important to establish that. When you look at what we're talking about here, out of 18 miles of various embankment levees, I may observe 2 or 3 that you could actually put sod on today. The fact of the matter is, I don't think we can proceed forward till we have a critical path from the contractor and a critical path to protect the district. And I don't see these activities being in the critical path to start with. One of them is switching from seed and mulch to sod. You would think, well, that'll help the job get done sooner. But from what I'm seeing, you couldn't lay much sod today without other activities happening. So there's no way that can be in the critical path. Then you have the soil that's with the root system, and I want to ask staff also, what disclaimers are in the contract? When you hand geotech information, sometimes there's disclaimers where the contractor is responsible to do their own, and you're only providing this information, but you can't count on it, or is there any disclaimers in the contract? Because we need to stay within the four corners of the contract. Not do anything that would hurt the contractor or anything that would hurt the district and the taxpayers. So is there disclaimers in regards, was there a clearing and grubbing scope of work in this contract?
There was a previous clearing contract, a separate package that was let to clear most of the site.
Mhm.
And so there were also test pits that were done pre-project. And so that was kind of the basis for establishing what was expected in terms of the root material. And then, like I said, what was found throughout the site was not consistent with what was found in those test pits.
Was there, okay, there was a previous contractor that cleared, but was there a disclaimer in regards to the contractor doing his own due diligence and not having the right to rely on whatever geotech or information we give? And that may be a legal question, but we need to follow the contract. John, can you answer that?
Sure, Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah.
So when we go through our bidding and award process, we obviously have already done surveys of the site because we put together a design over that site. We obviously have done geotechnical investigations and surveys for the subsurface conditions that are present on that site. That's the only way you're going to build an embankment or a dam. You have to know what's lying underneath it before you start building it. So when we provide that information, it does have those sort of disclaimers that you were talking about. The ability of any potential bidders to conduct their own site investigations. More specifically, I think the concern that you are expressing is a valid one in the sense that staff does need to take into consideration the four corners of those contracts and what is and is not our responsibility. And that's the exact conversation that we are currently having with the contractor regarding that differing site conditions. They've filed their claim. They have supporting information that documents their position. To date, I think we have come to an understanding on the price side of that specific issue, whether or not any additional time is still owed, or that conversation is still unfolding. I think what staff is overall, if I can just take a couple steps back, what staff is requesting with this particular agenda item is the ability to negotiate issues on behalf of the 9 of you, as well as all of the taxpayers, and resolve issues with the contractor up to that not to exceed $25 million at this point in time to move the project and deliver the project for the environment and everybody else. So the very specific issues, I'd be happy to get with you, Mr. Bergeron, and talk about them individually and draw on your 57 years of construction experience. It's something I'm very interested in tapping into. But I think that There are those four corners of the contract that staff is definitely looking to protect. Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, and, you know, whatever's in those four corners of the contract, we're binded by, and so is the contractor. And I do want to make it clear, it's important that we're in this partnership, and whatever the contractor's entitled to, it's important that we honor that. But also, it's important whatever in that contract that protects the taxpayer is important. And it seems like there's an awful lot of things to try to work out in regards to what disclaimers that are in the contract that is the contractor's responsibility, or it's the district's responsibility. I don't know what disclaimers are in there, but that's kind of a legal issue we need to work out between the contractor and the district. That's one issue. The other issue is establishing, and we should really do this before we proceed forward, is to establish that these activities are the district's responsibility or the contractor's responsibility, and that the critical path, from what I can see, there's no way that these, even if it is our responsibility, that there's time associated with that. And the one thing you have to be careful about, once you're this far behind, everything becomes critical because you're already behind. And apparently, we don't have a schedule from the contractor on how they're going to get back on schedule. And I didn't observe the resources necessary for us to get back on schedule. And I think it's important that the contractor presents how they're going to get back on schedule. And there's a lot of things here that when you're talking about this kind of money, but at the end of the day, whatever's within the four corners of that contract is extremely important. Have y'all determined any disclaimers that we would be responsible for roots in the ground and stuff of this nature?
John, maybe we should explain the team that we have that is specifically working the set of over 30 claims that we're currently negotiating with the contract and sort of the structure that we've set up.
Certainly. So I think as we struggle with this issue and as we talk about this issue, again, keeping in mind that there is a contractual relationship at stake here and at play. I don't want to get too far ahead of that process.
Okay.
And allowing the claims negotiations to be able to continue and not sort of predispose an outcome at this juncture. As Jennifer just said, there's about 30 different claims that the contractor has filed, and we need to evaluate them. And the way we're going through that evaluation is we have set up a group of individuals consisting of your staff that their sole purpose is not overseeing the construction, not making sure that that particular density test is correct and that concrete was placed in the right location. Their responsibility is to evaluate the claims that have been filed by the contractor, evaluate the contract and the contract language, and determine whether or not, as Mr. Wagner, as you said, that falls on our side of the fence or the contractor's side of the fence. There are some claims that we see that, and I'll just take two of them in particular, that most everybody, especially over here on the West Coast, would be familiar with, tropical storms Elsa and Ada. Those two events, we would agree have impacted the project construction. What we are currently negotiating is how much is that impact, both from a dollars and a days perspective. And again, I don't want to get too far ahead of that conversation here. We need to let that process play out and make sure that we are administering our contract in accordance with the contract, quite frankly. So getting back to the process, that group of individuals that we have set up, that's what they're going to do, day in, day out. They have almost weekly meetings to talk about various issues, get additional information from the contractor to see if some of their claims are supportable or not, whether or not those claims are compensable or not. And then Drew and I have check-ins with that team, and we talk about the status of each individual item.
Can I ask a question on this? So the claims process, basically what you're deciding in the claims process is a claim submitted by the contractor, is that an agreed? Do we agree that that's sort of a covered day, whatever that may be?
Is it justifiable?
And then you're making a decision as to how much money is assigned to that particular day or period, and how much time they get, right?
Yes, if any.
Okay. It seems to me, I mean, it does seem to me like, I understand these things sort of work in parallel, that they're continuing work on the site. I mean, this may go without being said, but is there any way that the claims situation, whether it's one claim submitted, 30 claims submitted, 3,000 claims submitted, God forbid, okay? Is there any way that can by contract, can ever hold up the progress of the construction? For instance, can Elaine say to us, oh, you didn't resolve claim 37 in a timely fashion, therefore we're pausing construction?
So can they say that? Yes, they can say that, but the contract has a very specific condition that addresses that. They cannot refuse to progress the work.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I mean, I understand people can say whatever they want.
So there is a mechanism within the contract, it's called a work change directive, where we say, I need you to go do A, B, C instead of X, Y, Z. You can't tell me, no, I'm not gonna do that. You can tell me I want more money and I want more time to go do that. We'll work that out, but in the meantime, go do it.
I don't think that, I may speak for myself here, but I don't think I do. I don't think that anybody here wants a good legal case. We want a reservoir, right? I mean, and so my sense is, and that goes to the heart of, okay, you're two contracting parties. In certain senses, you're kind of adverse, but in reality, it's a partnership you've entered into with somebody to do the work. And so I don't want to be overly, I don't want to be adverse at all. I mean, to be honest with you, I hope this thing goes swimmingly, right? But it's obviously taken a turn off course in certain respects. I'm concerned with streamlining, if we could, this claims process. It seems to me that the further away you get from a claim day, the harder it is to determine whether that claim is covered. For instance, if on Tuesday we're all standing on the site and there's a hurricane over the site, okay, it's clear that everybody on Tuesday, that's an agreed day. But as you get further away from that day and time sort of, it gets harder to do that. I guess the question is, to me, it seems like the agreement on whether a claim is covered or not should and could happen quickly, with the idea that the money and time situation be negotiated later and not necessarily affect the construction, but at least people will know where they stand in terms of, is the claim agreed or not? Is there a time in which the claim has to be submitted or else it's sort of waived? I've dealt in contracts before where if you got a force majeure situation, you need to raise it. You need to put people on notice that this is the sort of commencement date, this is the end date. Do we have that in our contract?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So there's a process in the contract that talks about a notice of claim. The contractor has a certain period of time once they identify an issue to provide us notice that this issue exists, and then they're given an opportunity to follow up with additional information to detail out the impact of the project.
It would be easier, I mean, I don't know if you can compel people to do this, but it's certainly worth a conversation to say to somebody, it may tell you you have 15 days to do it. Things are a lot easier if you submit it the day that it occurs, right? Because people's minds are fresh, they understand that that this did occur on this day. I think as weeks go by, it's harder to do that. That's number one. Number two is, and I just want to make, because I heard this yesterday, but we have so many things going on that, was the project started like 8 months late? And if so, how come on day one of our schedule thing, they're not already 240 days behind? How does that work?
So you are correct. The contract was awarded in March of 2019, as we saw in that picture, and I think Ms. Meads referenced. The groundbreaking was in October of 2019. So there was a period of time in between those two dates where the contractor was mobilizing, getting spun up, and going through the submittal review process.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that there's a sort of get ready, component, but I mean, at some point you got to step on the field and start playing ball. And it's hard for me to swallow those 8 months, that seems like we didn't start at negative 240. But it really should have almost started at negative 240. I mean, that's a long time. I mentioned that because I don't think we're necessarily putting a desire to put a gun to anybody's head in this respect, but it is a conversation worth having, which is like, okay, we're behind now, but we're really behind, and we're really behind, and we didn't start on time. We were already behind on day one of the dirt turning. So I think that's a conversation worth noting. And the last comment I will make is this. This is one thing that scares me, and I just want to be totally clear on this, that this is not acceptable to me. When you're a contractor that wins a bid for $530 million, and the next bid is 600 and whatever million, let's say it's 690 million. I get nervous that the contractor is going to submit change orders, and at the end he'll get to 680. You go, well, I mean, it's 150 more than we agreed to, but it's less than the next guy was going to do it for. So you save 10 million. I just want to be clear that is not something that's acceptable to me. I mean, we enter into an agreement at a price. We enter an agreement at a price. I don't want there to be any sort of sense, because that's what I kind of get from one of these things. Oh, it's a change order for 25 million. You're up to 557, but the next guy was 690. And you start getting rolled on change orders because they know that the guy who bid next only bid, he bid 690. So they got all this room, they're saying to themselves, oh my God, we bid too little. Let's get it up to 675. I mean, that stuff scares me. I just want to be clear, I am not comfortable with that analysis. Like, if we get to a point where it's like, well, I do not want to hear, well, it's less than the next guy. Because that's not the agreement we made. So that part to me is critical. I just want to know I don't consider this, oh, we got a buffer zone. We're outside the buffer zone. The buffer zone was the number we agreed to. Now we're behind schedule, and we're being asked to throw a bunch of money at it. So I'm not comfortable with that personally.
And Mr. Wagner, I can assure you, district staff does not think that way either.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it from anyone.
Yeah, I'm itching over here also to assure you that that is not at all what district staff thinks. That isn't how they take a look at claims. They look very carefully at the four corners of the contract that Mr. Bergeron talked about.
Yeah.
And for example, so we don't bring claims to you in the state that we get them from the contractor. That root claim, I think, started at a $60 million claim from the contractor with 200 days or some amount. And so what we bring to the board has been thoroughly discussed and vetted with your staff's team to look carefully at the contract and only bring things to you that we think are valid and legitimate and are our responsibility within the confines of that contract.
But isn't it irritating? Because it just seems like it's one of those things, and maybe this is just the nature of the beast, and so maybe I'm not. But it's irritating to me because it sounds like what happens is anytime there might be a claim triggered, you just submit it and ask for everything. And then the district has to go through it and review the claim and spend all this time and money and energy and resources figuring out why they asked for this and all the money they're asking for. It just seems like it's submitted in bad faith. Like, you should be submitting things that you truly believe are not because, it might be a claim thing, so let's submit it and then let's ask for all the money that we could possibly get under it, and then we'll negotiate back from 60 million to 25 million. It's to me, it's crippling in terms of time, energy, resources, sitting here and having to go through this kind of stuff. It's to me, it's just, it's a little bit aggravating.
I got one other question. The sod part of this, what's the benefit of that? We have a scope of work of seeding and mulching. There's only about 3 miles you could put sod on, from what I've seen, maybe less than that. So what's the benefit to the district to change from seed and mulch to sod with $12 million of expense?
Right now. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so the biggest benefit, I would say, is that post-construction safety aspect. So when you've got that sodded embankment like we've got at C-44, you've got good, firm, solid protection against overwash that could ultimately create a safety issue for the dam. So I'd say that's the biggest benefit.
But if they wasn't 270 days behind on their schedule, you'd already have seed and mulch growing. You'd have an established grass that a lot of this is looking at what you need to be doing to get back on schedule and where you have time for the grass to grow. Is that?
Yeah.
Now we're kind of in a situation where, because they're behind schedule, how much time have we got left for grass to establish based upon what's in the contract? So that's a hard thing for me to look at, that additional expense.
Yeah, I mean, time-wise, I tend to agree with your thoughts that, by adding this sod and removing the seed and mulch, by no means should that slow them down in any degree. In fact, it would seem to speed things up.
Well, yeah, it would speed up at an expense of $12 million. It would, no question, speed up. But
I do think, this question I asked Mr. Bergeron, I do think there's an issue with soil type. It's hard to grow bahia on sand, right?
Correct.
And you need some organic matter, and we've looked at, it may have been looked at compost, looked at some type of organic matter. Sod is where we settled at.
Yeah,
obviously.
you're spot on, Mr. Butler. It's not just a matter of either or in the timing, but the contractor is having a hard time actually establishing the grass. So even where they have been trying those methods and trying to get that grass to grow, and they're watering it and they're installing it properly, they're having a hard time getting it to establish on the slope of the embankment where they're trying those methods.
Can I jump in here? Because I know that sod is on the resolution, but it seems to be the least of our worries, and it seems to be far out into the future when we need it. So voting on this right now, I don't see it resolving anything. We have an immediate issue here, and unless I'm misreading things. But I wanted, since Mark, thank you for coming, and thank you for yesterday. I'd like to use, Mr. Chair, if we can, the fact that he's here to maybe ask some questions. And I think it's it's clear that we are all here fully committed to this project. And I'd like to hear assurances that you guys are committed. It's clear that we're all very focused on the schedule and completing this as quickly as possible and on time, and I'd like to hear that you're committed to that too. And, you know, as Cheryl and Scott said, this was one of a $500 million contract, was one of our first meetings, or second, I can't remember.
It was our very first.
It was our first meeting. I was incredibly uncomfortable, just with the dollar size, not to mention the delta between the contract prices. But your predecessor, I think, was there and had flown over from Italy, I believe, with a couple other representatives to give us assurances in detail about, you know, their comfort with the bid, ability to execute, and execute on time. So, I don't know, maybe with that, can you sort of give us, you know, a sense of, you know, your commitment, as well as an explanation of what actions you think you can take or are already taking to get this back on track?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's a lot of activity taking place, some of which we tried to explain yesterday. We talked about the additional soil bentonite crews. There's 2 additional soil bentonite crews that are coming in, which are really critical. And so I know this gets a little bit technical, but understand that the more of that phase 1 soil bentonite that we get done, which is the layer that goes from the natural ground level down 70 feet, the more of that we get done and cap it with clay material, okay, during the dry season, because you can't mess with clay during the wet season. Mr. Bergeron knows that very well. So we're increasing those crews, getting that bentonite wall done, capping it with the clay. The embankment we can do during the entire year, dry or wet season. Obviously, your productivity varies a little bit, but it's unrestricted, okay? The phase 2 of the soil bentonite wall, which goes into that embankment, can also be done any time of the year. So just backing up what I said there, those bentonite crews, getting that clay cap on that first wall, okay, is really where a lot of our focus is right now. Bringing in those 2 additional crews, I think, will really help things along. One of the 2 of the crews right now are in a slow area because we're encountering rock, okay, or what we classify rock. They're only getting 90 feet a day, as an example. Outside of that area, they'll get 300 feet a day, okay? So we're really concentrating, trying to get that difficult area done right now. We'll make a lot of hay once we're out of that area. The other 2 crews will help do that. The additional crews, we did bring in a subcontractor to perform embankment operations, in addition to the work that we are doing as well. A lot of the preparatory work that Lane is doing for this subcontractor is to enable them to become more productive than any Lane crew that you guys have witnessed out there, okay? It's not quite comparing apples to apples. I know that's some of the talk that's out there, but it's a little bit different. Some of the dirt work operations that Lane is doing versus what this other contractor that we brought in to do. We are talking to an additional subcontractor structure crews, okay? Because I know that those things are critical and they need to get buttoned up. And I'm personally having some conversations with some of those contractors. So there are things that we are doing. I know it's probably, no matter what I tell you folks today, it probably isn't enough, and I understand and respect that, okay? But there are some things that I think it's important that you understand as we progress through the work. It may not necessarily look like things are happening to the extent or degree that you expect them to today or visually think that they should be. But once a lot of these activities are done or are far enough ahead, it opens things up, okay? So that's, in a broad sense, a lot of what we're trying to accomplish right now.
Do you have, sorry to interrupt, do you have, based on just what you talked about, an assessment of where that's going to put us in terms of retraction of days late?
No, Jay, I don't know that answer today. I don't have that prepared. Honestly, when it
But
comes.
just generally, so Mark, if you don't
Yeah.
mind, let me,
Go ahead,
let me
Jeff.
try and answer your question, Jay, because that's the question that I'm struggling with too, right? That's my job. That's my commitment to you all and what you expect me to be able to deliver between our staff working with, Mark's staff.
But Jen,
And-
hang on one second, because I thought the question really was about their commitment to this project.
That was an overarching question too. and
So let me finish. So Scott, that's fine. We are 100% fully committed. I think by some of the things that I explained, it kind of outlines some of the details of the commitment that we have. You as a South Florida Water Management District in the state of Florida, you are going to get a completed job, a successful job, and one that I assure you will be happy with. We're committed to getting this there, okay? And we're committed with staff, okay, to get this project to that point. I wish, Scott, to your point earlier, I wish every job that we stepped on didn't have a single claim associated with it. I really do. They're timely, they cost a lot of time, they cost a lot of resources, money, God forbid you get legal involved. There's a lot of things that happen in that space that are, it can get irritating, I understand that. But we are in a business as well, as many of you are. You conduct a business, and you have to look out for the health of that business, okay? And when you see a changed condition or something that comes up that you feel that you're contractually entitled to, we have a right and an obligation to our stakeholders to pursue that. We're not looking under every rock to find a claim. That's not what we're doing, okay? That's not what we do. But if there is something there that we feel we have entitlement to, as a business, naturally, that's what we're going to do, okay? Sometimes they get dismissed, sometimes they get negotiated out. There's a process there, as John explained earlier, that we have to go through.
No, I understand. I just think it was important, to get it on the record for the public about the commitment to the project. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't want it to get sort of washed to the wayside within that.
Yeah, so Mark, maybe together we could talk about, the number that the board is seeing is that 273. And so as you and I look at that and we try and figure out how do we get back to zero, some of that is doing things like what Lane has described, where at their expense, they're bringing in additional crews to accelerate work now while it's dry season. And look at, in the schedule, there's wet season productivity rates and dry season productivity rates. So one of the ways that you get back on schedule is you increase productivity, maybe in both of those times. And so looking at sequencing work that you can bring additional resources like Lane is doing with the soil bentonite and getting more of that work done. And so some of you saw that chart with the orange bars on it, basically making that orange bar, making that blue line go above that orange bar, right? So that's what they're doing with some of those activities to help increase that. Then he talked about the structures, bringing in additional crews on structures. And so their schedule may have planned to do 2 structures at a time, and if there's, say, 12 structures, then you have to do 2, 2, 2, 2, right? So 2 crews, 6 times. But if you bring in 4 crews, now you can do more structures simultaneously. And so those are the types of things that Lane is doing in order to do more activities and increase that productivity across the board. Additionally, they have some claims in that would change that number from 273 to some smaller number. So for example, we have not yet completely finalized the claim on the hurricane events. So there are some number of days, let's just call it 10, and that would move that number from 273 days behind schedule to 263 days behind schedule. Because it would push out the completion date legitimately beyond the 4 corners of that contract from, say, December 31st to January 10th. because
still
of
be-
those legitimate days.
Yeah, but we're not gaining 10 days.
No, we're not.
They're gaining 10 days off their, we're still losing.
Correct.
Right.
And that's something that's part of why we wanted to make sure that we had this conversation about schedules and delivery dates. But then that also gets to your point about December of 2023, which was the contractual substantial completion date, compared to June 1st. And so I thought I heard you say earlier that difference between December and June is maybe not so disturbing as anything that would push past June.
Yeah.
And so what I heard at a staff level and in my negotiation with these claims is that when I start to creep toward that June date, if there are legitimate days, we need to start really figuring out, are there ways then to help the contractor increase their rate? And then we have to have a time versus money discussion. Because there are some things that we could ask them to increase, but if legitimately they're owed those days, but we want to deliver the project by then, now that's when it might cost us money. Because we're asking them to accelerate beyond what they're legitimately owed or responsible for.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
one thing here. If I
Like a bad traffic cop here. Mr. Butler and Mr. Bergeron. Jackie, you have some? And then Mr. Olipich.
Real
Then
quick,
go on.
I may have missed this at some point in the discussion. What gets us to a completed recovery schedule, if there is an opportunity for a completed recovery schedule? I mean, how did we get to a completed recovery schedule back last year? Back on the chart that had the red line, and we showed a recovery schedule.
How do we get caught up?
What gets us to a accepted recovery schedule? Who initiates it? What's the process? How do we get to that,
Okay.
bringing that line back up?
Yes, so that's, per the contract, we can request that. So we saw that they were roughly 5 months behind fairly early in the going. And we said, hey, we need to get a recovery schedule from you folks that shows additional resources, additional days that are going to be worked and the like. We got that from them. Now, had they executed the work in conformance with that recovery schedule, they'd be at zero float. We wouldn't see those negative days. So that's kind of the process. We notice that they're behind schedule. We request the recovery schedule. The contractor submits it.
The days behind, are we seeing slippage in that recovery schedule from a year ago, or is this new slippage?
It's slippage from the recovery schedule that they submitted several months into the project. So when we saw they were falling behind schedule from the original, we requested that recovery. So that lays out a new plan. And so now they've got slippage where the substantial completion date is pushing out based on the new plan. Both schedules, the original and the recovery, have the same substantial completion date. Yeah.
Is it right for me to ask, or is this still part of negotiations? How many days recovery, what's the opportunity for any days recovery, and how many? Or is that something y'all still working on? Or is there any opportunity?
Yeah, we're still in active negotiations with the contractor on a variety of those things. But the situation that we're in right now is I don't have any room to actually approve any negotiations that have a dollar figure associated with them with the contractor right now, because I'm at my limit. And so without you approving anything today, I can't get any of those 30 things resolved with them, which makes it hard also for them to commit to how we're gonna get a schedule that is workable, because we're in a time and money issue in negotiations with them.
And that was my question. I know it took me a long time, and I'm still not recognized. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but if we don't.
Norman, you are recognized.
Thank you. I've been waiting a long time. But that was my question. If we do not approve this resolution today, what happens? If we continue it, what happens? And then obviously, if we approve it, we know what happens. So that was my question, and you answered part of it. If we don't approve it today, then everything just freezes.
everything wouldn't freeze. The contractor would continue working. Like John talked about before, he can't stop working. But that tension between the owner and the contractor sort of grows because we have a number of unresolved issues right now and a number of issues that I can't approve without funding authority from you. And so whether you approved this resolution or a modified resolution that had at least some dollars associated with it that would allow us to work through the list. But we think that this amount, this is a not to exceed. And I understand that I need to go back with our team and really take a hard look and give you feedback, especially you, Mr. Bergeron, who's asked some really specific questions about these examples that we've given you today. And I'm committed to doing that, and we'll have some more conversations with you so that you feel comfortable that we've addressed all of those issues. But there's a series, of almost 30 claims. It's not just these two. There's about 30 of them. Some of those are credits. We get a credit, and some of them are debits. And so some of them have days associated. Most of them do not.
What portion, I'm sorry to cut in, what portion of that 25 million is assignable to the sod situation?
About 12.8.
Okay, so, okay, that's it, that's all I wanted.
Mr. Bergeron?
Well, there's just an awful lot unanswered here. I think we can address this at our next meeting and try to, maybe y'all can negotiate and resolve the sod issue. You couldn't put sod down anyway. I don't see that as a critical path. I don't see any time associated with that.
Can we get a confirmation on that? Is that right?
Is what right, sir?
What Mr. Bergeron is saying, that right now is the sod situation in the critical path, is it capable of being put down or not?
So if I can, and I'll apologize to the board because I'm clearly doing a bad job of explaining this and conveying this information. Again, I would caution the board on getting into the specifics on any individual claim and the status of that individual claim at this point in time. What we are requesting of the board, as Jennifer said a moment ago, is the ability to continue those negotiations. For individual claims and individual items, we would be happy to come back and talk to each one of you about that specific item. But as she laid out, we are looking for the ability to continue those negotiations and give us some latitude to be able to have that partnering discussion with the contractor on how to deliver the project. You are not voting on any individual item, any specific claim of the 30 claims that Jennifer has mentioned today, right now.
I think there was some confusion there, John. I was under the assumption that 25 had to do with the roots in the sod. If these are separate and distinct issues, tell us that now, and it'll be, I think, much easier for everyone to digest this.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Those two items, the roots and the sod, were highlighted as examples of some of the issues that
those
we are
are
trying
examples.
to
They are
address.
not what we're voting on. That helps a lot.
The resolution is meant to just, meant to provide us that additional authority to resolve some of these issues that you've heard about today. And of course, as we do that, we will absolutely keep each of the board members and the public informed of the status of those discussions in the resolution.
Okay.
So I see it like this. I'm going to vote yes on the $25 million, just to break the ice on what is anybody going to do. I'm going to support it because I believe in staff and I support staff. And I think I understand that what we're doing here today is you're informing us of a situation that you're managing. And you're telling us that you've got it, you're managing it, we know it, it's an overrun, it's for all of us, the amount of money is a lot of money. It's what you need. I trust you. We'll do public comment. We'll see what the public says, but I am going to support you as you move forward with great haste, because ultimately what matters is, I've checked, we can afford the money, we have it, we can afford it, it's been identified, we need to move forward, and I'm a fan of moving forward with great speed. I thank the contractor for being here today and for answering these questions and your renewed commitment. Or maybe it was always there, I don't know, but thank you so much. We're in it together. That's the way I will vote when we get to that point.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
Hang on,
I have
hang on, Jackie.
been here
I'm going to
for-
recognize Mr.
My
Olipich.
questions will be old because I've been waiting for 40 minutes to ask that. But I feel.
Hopefully they haven't been
to-
answered.
To ask these, I'm sorry. So first of all, on page 11, it does say 8.5 million for root materials and 13 million for sod. So that's pointed out right in our packet. And then, Mr. Sharkey, if you go back to page 15, so just kind of, reviewing how we got here today, that first dip that you see, which appears to be, was it July of 2020? Right before your recovery schedule?
Correct, yeah, July, August of
Okay.
2020.
Just out of curiosity, to bring me back, did this come before the board when this happened?
No, not on that particular issue.
Okay, it did not.
So that was
But
not
we did
a
have a-
dollar-related
We had a $10 million
issue.
Yeah, that was the $10 million, wasn't it?
Yes.
So let me clarify. So,
Mr. Bennick?
Mr. Olipich, if your question is regarding did that specific recovery schedule come back to the board in the form of a presentation, no. But keep in mind that every month in the governing board packet, there is a progress and status update for this particular project that details the status and how much float the project is, either ahead or behind that baseline schedule.
Right, that is
So if we go
correct.
back to those different governing board packets, hopefully you will see that status update says it had, I can't read the number on the slide up there.
Okay.
Whatever number that is, and then it went back to 0 the next month, and then you can
Okay.
see those follow-on
Okay,
numbers.
that's, of course, you're correct on that. So if I had to write down and document what caused that at that time?
The recovery itself, what brought it back to 0?
Yeah, what happened?
So the change,
No, I want what happened.
yeah, I'm going to get there. The change that the contractor implemented to recover the schedule and take it from the negative back to the 0 was they implemented working on Saturdays. So they were working 6 days a week.
But why did they get there in the first place? What happened?
They were falling behind.
Why?
From a process standpoint and processing material and placing material in the embankment, their production was not at the level that it should have
Okay,
been.
what was happening at that time? 2020, July 2020.
You're talking globally what was happening
Yeah.
at that time? I mean, COVID was hitting, there's
Okay,
a bunch of
so,
other things that were happening.
just to note, that was a time where COVID, because COVID came basically to our attention in the United States in March of 2020. So that was July of 2020. Okay, so whatever occurred that put you back in this trajectory towards a recovery mode, so you go on, up and down, up and down, up and down, and then it's again July of 2021 that it starts this almost free fall that you see. So what was happening then?
That, specifically what was happening on the job site.
And in the world, or what we're living in peculiar times now. I mean, what kinds of things were happening that were causing changes? I mean, I want nothing more than for Lane to be successful. I mean, we all do. I mean, this was our first huge commitment. And I am sure that they want nothing more than to be successful. That's what we all want. But I think we do need to ask ourselves, really, what historically also is causing part of these things to happen. And
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to refocus the conversation. So again, what the board is being asked to do is to decide whether or not to allow staff the ability to continue the negotiations up to that $25 million. Reminding you that there are negotiations.
Understood.
Okay, and I will say that as a governing board member, I am not happy that this was not more clearly brought to my attention earlier. And I will say that. And perhaps I'm not paying the type of attention that I should have because I wasn't reading all of the back stuff in my packet because I'm an East Coast person and I was celebrating the completion of the C-44. But I am uncomfortable with this. I am uncomfortable with all of this. And I think that we need to regroup. And $25 million isn't going to fix this right now, but we will fix the problem. And I will say what I want to say up here, because $530 million of taxpayer money has to be protected.
Can I say something, because I didn't finish a minute ago?
Mr. Bergeron.
Staff can continue, obviously, to negotiate within the four corners of the contract without us voting on some number. But I think when you're talking about a project that's that far behind schedule, and you're talking about critical path schedules that will show us how you can make up the time, if you can. When you're talking about this kind of money, it should come back in front of the board and staff negotiate to the best interest of both parties, the district, and be fair with this contractor. We're in a partnership. You have a $12,800,000 question whether we do seed and mulch or we do sod. That's optional. Well, we don't have to do sod at all. So, and that's certain, and certainly when you come back after you negotiate, I don't see these items being in the critical path. So it's important that we establish what's critical and the time, if it is in the critical path, or it's not critical, and it's not in the critical path when you come back, because, as a board member, we know this job is severely behind schedule. And then we have to make a decision whether we do the sod or we don't do the sod. That's completely optional here. And I would like to hear a little bit more before we spend $12 million.
I don't think that's the question before
I'd
us
like to
right
call
now.
the question,
Hold on a
Mr.
second.
Chair.
One second. Mr. Burrow, you have something you want to say?
Yeah, so I do, basically, the most important thing here is to have a project online before the wet season of 2024. That is absolutely the most important thing here. We are approaching this with basically expediting Everglades restoration as the primary, but also because we know, we've had experience, we have to stay within the four corners of the contract. And so right now, we are implementing a process to shield you and to put it on staff for these claims and every one of these change orders, to put it on us to negotiate by asking you for authority. Now, if you want to pull a change order or something out and go and have a board review that change order, then we can switch the process, right? Or we can do the process. And our process is excruciating. You can ask Mark Schiller on reviewing these claims. While they may not, he says they don't overturn every stone, we do, when we get that claim. So it is something that we take very seriously. And so it is It's an evaluation process that starts at staff level. If they can resolve it, that's quick, but then it elevates and it elevates almost to John, or actually to John. Because you have to get to John to figure out, I could noodle this claim another 6 months. I could noodle that claim another 6 months, or I can get on with it, right? And so, obviously, the example Jennifer gave you, we noodled the heck out of that claim to get it to where it needed to be from a dollar standpoint when we got it. But that's just what we do. There are circumstances where we'll bring a change order to you and you approve the change order. I don't think this contract is the one to do that with. If Mr. Bergeron wants to get involved with John on a particular change order, don't have a problem with that. But I don't think I should bring change orders for a 9-member board to vote on.
Nor do I.
For this
Mr. Chair,
project.
if I could.
Girl.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, Drew, you really highlighted something that I was going to bring out, because we were getting into the change orders. And, I mean, we have our staff to do that. Now, if the board wants to have special meetings to review each change order with the staff, I mean, we could always do that. Frankly, I don't want to do that. But if there's a need, I will certainly spend the time and to do that. I think what we're looking at here is the fact that staff is asking for the latitude with a dollar amount. If it's not this dollar amount, then give them a dollar amount. So they have the flexibility to write this train on the track. And Mark, I really appreciate your meeting with me yesterday. It was a very candid discussion. You made commitments in that meeting in front of witnesses. The staff made some suggestions that you both agreed to work on and to partner on. And I feel optimistic that we can set the course for this project to be done on time. And I feel optimistic. Now, that might be an Achilles heel, but I do, because you made a commitment, both today and in my session, to bring this project in 2024. Now, I appreciate that. And this community needs the Caloosahatchee Reservoir. Let's not forget about the big picture. We need that reservoir filled with water to serve the needs of this West Coast community, the ecosystem, water quality, and the whole 9 yards. And I am going to echo Cheryl's comments that she made earlier, and I will support this. And if the board feels like the staff needs to come back and every quarterly and brief us, Ms. Thurlow-Lippich, on the notes that are in the back of the book for a while until we get comfortable, then I would support that as well. But I think today we should move forward and give staff the opportunity to try again.
I'm going to make a motion on it. I agree with you, Charlotte. I think that I have total trust in this staff to do the negotiation. I think the general sentiment of this board is we are deeply concerned about the progress of this project, and everybody wants to be, as far as I can tell, briefed on it and kept in the loop on things moving forward so we can get it back on track. But for today's purposes, I'll make a motion on the matter at hand to approve.
I'll second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
we have public comment.
I'd love to hear public comment.
Holly Milbrandt.
Good afternoon, Holly Milbrandt, Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. At this point, I will just say thank you for a very thorough and thoughtful discussion. It is clear that this board is committed to this project, and we would just urge you to move forward so that we can get to that completion date as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Holly.
That concludes public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Can I,
Steve, did you fill out a public comment card? Okay. Come on up, and you can fill it out afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Sanibel, and thanks for being here on the island and taking care of the public's business. Just a suggestion that I would like to make in relationship to your processes. I think a good suggestion was already made. You need to be made aware quarterly in relationship to this particular project. Okay, specifically to C-43, in relationship to now, you're looking at to approve a $25 million expenditure. My next question, though, would be directed at council. In terms of the four corners of the contract, does it in fact allow for something like this to occur, and will it be prevented in the future? What will we anticipate in the finishing of the project? Will we have to be making requests for additional $25 million expenditures? Do we have any anticipation what this might breed in the future?
Just, Steve, go ahead and make comments, and we can,
Okay.
we don't do
Okay, I
back and
understand.
forth.
Thank you. So those are my two major points. Where will we be this time next year in terms of a need to increase the appropriation for this particular contract?
Thanks. I think there is we do keep track of change orders, and there is a percentage, and I think we're well under that percentage on this project. If I'm
Can I
correct.
ask a question before we vote on those?
You can ask a question before we vote.
I don't have a problem with the motion. The only thing I think all our board understands this, that the changing from the seed and mulch to the sod isn't a claim. So my point is that is nothing to do with a claim. It's whether this board wants to spend $12,800,000 to change from seed and mulch to sod. So do we have an opportunity, let's say the negotiations go on, that we all either agree we're going to do that, and what is the purpose, and how do we substantiate it? I do understand that the roots and whether you root grade it, screen it, first of all, y'all are going to make a legal decision that there's no disclaimer, and it is, you're going to determine that on a legal standpoint. And if we're responsible, you're going to negotiate a change order on that. So, but I just want to make sure the board understands that one of them's not a claim now. It's just,
No, it's a change order that's going to be originated by the district based on their analysis of whatever they need. I mean, we can get down to the nitty gritty on it all, but I think at the end of the day, I'm going to rely on them. I make a motion on this resolution.
You already have. There's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Great. I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron.
no.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich.
No.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Colonel.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 6-0. All right. Staff reports. Ms. Smith.
All right. Good morning, Chair and governing board members. The monthly financial statement that you have in your packets is through January of 2022. A couple brief highlights. We collected $58 million during the month of January. Of that $58 million, $42 million is from state appropriated funds for Everglades restoration as reimbursements from DEP. We've collected an additional $12.7 million in ad valorem, which is a collection rate of 85.2, which just means we're on track, so that's good. And our investment earnings are doing much better this year compared to last year. We've collected $1.3 million of the $3.8 million, and Lucy Weinberg, your treasurer, will be getting more into that during audit and finance. On the expenditure side, we've expended $66 million in January. mostly in restoration and O&M. And to date, we've expended $260 million, and we are obligated 59% obligated, so our contract obligations are encumbered and underway. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Smith? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Lamonaco, welcome. Your first report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to report.
There's a great report. Thank you. Is there any public comment, Rosie?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Board, final comments? We'll start with Mr. Butler.
Wasn't ready for that.
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say
I don't have to say anything, do I?
No, you don't.
I have no comments, sir.
I don't have anything either, Chairman. Thank you.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Thank you, Sanibel, Florida.
There you go. Mr. Lipich?
I just, again, want to thank Sanibel for the warm welcome. It's absolutely beautiful here and inspiring to be here. And Chair Goss, you've grown up in a beautiful place. And now it helps me understand you better because you can see how if you came from here, you would just be totally planted in the right place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Steinle?
What Jackie said.
Well said. Mr. Bergeron?
Well, I'll agree with that too, with Jackie and Jay. And it's been a great meeting, and it's been beautiful to be over here. I can see why our chairman lives here. It's a very beautiful place, and it's an honor to sit with all of you, and we'll continue to move forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And the Audit and Finance Committee meeting is going to be immediately after this meeting. The public is invited to stick around for that. I want to thank the staff here at the Community House for allowing us to hold our meeting in this great facility. I've been in this facility many, many times. It means a lot to me. And thank you for the time of your staff and assistance. And also thank you to Andrew Wolf and Paul Klass and Mike Barber from the Big Cypress Basin Field Station for your assistance in today's meeting. Our next business meeting is going to be on April 14th in West Palm Beach. Full meeting schedule for 2022 is posted on the district's website at sfwmd.gov/calendar. And we are adjourned. Thanks.
Okay. Calling the March 10th Audit and Finance Committee meeting to order. First item is approval of the minutes of November 10th, 21. Do we have any changes to the meeting minutes from the 10th?
No.
Can I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Call the question.
I'll make a motion.
Sorry, we're voting. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm still thinking of whatever we just did at our last meeting.
So I have a motion and a second. So
Yes.
call the question. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So the meeting minutes are approved. Next item is summary of investments as of January 31st. Lucy Weinberg, treasurer. If you can give us that, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. In the interest of time and traffic, I'll make this brief. This is a update of our portfolio as of January 31st. And I'm first going to give a little background about the market environment, most of which we are all seeing on the news every single day. The Fed was supposed to change rates in February, but those remained unchanged. And beginning in March, they anticipate to change Fed funds by 25 basis points every meeting until they meet 1%. And they will be on track with this regardless of what's going on in the Ukraine. From a district perspective, this is a positive thing because we're seeing yields on the 5-year Treasury at 1.62% versus 0.98% back in September of 2021. So that's a huge jump for the district, and this will equate to higher earnings in this fiscal year. Unfortunately for consumers, they're going to continue to feel the pinch of this inflation due to pandemic supply-demand-related imbalances, as well as the current war. President Biden announced on Tuesday that he is going to ban U.S. imports of Russian oil, and that he's going to target their main artery, and that he will not be subsidizing the current war. So although we only import about 3.5% of Russian oil, U.S. consumers will continue to see a price surge at the pumps, unfortunately. Our investment strategy in fiscal 20 and 21 during the pandemic was to maintain higher cash balances, and we basically just wanted to see where ad valorem would come in. We never saw a lag. So therefore, the board agreed in February of 2021 to start investing as usual. Now, at this point, as rates increased, we are going to take advantage of the Fed increase in rates, which then translates to an increase in treasuries and agencies and mortgages. So what we're doing is dollar cost averaging and investing in piecemeal just to take advantage of that rising yield curve. We have $148 million in the operating account, but we will continue to bring this number down to the 10 to 15% range, which is typically where we want to be and where we usually are in a normal market environment. In January and February, we invested $55 million of our portfolio at 1.9% weighted average, and this will bring in $1.04 million additionally per year. We will invest another $50 million in U.S. agency securities just to get our portfolio more balanced. Earnings through January were $1.3 million, and this was from October through January. So that's still at the lower yields. Some of these increases that the Fed will do is already priced in the market, but not all of them. Now, just to give you a comparison, our earnings in fiscal 21 were $2.4 million. So we're only through January, so if you extrapolate the 1.3, we're looking at 3.9 at least in predicted earnings for FY22. And that's not even considering the future increases in the Fed funds rates and rates in general. This is just an overall portfolio. Again, we saw $1.3 million in earnings. Our yield on investments is 1.59%, and I typically like to separate that out just so you can see clearly what we really are earning on our investments because of our cash and cash equivalents are earning 0.16%. Our operating account is only earning 0.10%, hence that leads to a huge cash drag, and that's why when you combine the two, you see 0.89% yield. The district is currently 46% in cash and 54% invested. Our goal is to get to the 70-30 mark, which is 70% in investments and 30% in cash and cash equivalents. This slide just shows key interest rates, and as you can see, they've changed quite dramatically from the last time I presented as of September 30th. And the important part of this page is the 5-year Treasury where we invest, and that increased to 1.62 from 0.98. And we do not invest in treasuries, but in agencies and mortgages, which trade as a spread to treasuries. And just to give you an idea, 5-year U.S. agencies are currently trading at 2.30%. So we're getting quite a bit more yield versus the 1.62% on the U.S. Treasury. And mortgages, after speaking with my brokers yesterday, they're currently printing 3-year. That's what we're seeing, a lot of 3-year overall duration mortgages, which are at 2.20%. So those are more comparable to agencies at 2%. So mortgages are still earning about 20 basis points better than an agency bond. And that's good to see because we're currently quite low. We're about 16% in agencies, so we want to buff up that number to about 25 to 30%. And per policy, we can go up to 80%. So as we pick up this nice spread, we're going to increase our earnings. Our current portfolio, we're sitting on $630 million. Again, you can see in the operating account, we're at 29%. We're trying to get this again to the 10 to 15% range, which will happen as I dollar cost average. If you scroll down to the last row, you see mortgages at 38%. The last time I presented, we were at 47%. And that was simply because of where the market was. There was just no yield to be had. And to make any earnings whatsoever, we really needed to put a lot of our funds in mortgages. But so we were at 47%. Now we're at 38%. So we're going to stick between a 38's a little high. I like a 35% maximum in the mortgage bucket. The only reason we went up to the 50% is to be flexible during perilous times. And again, agencies, I'm looking to invest that to 25 to 30%, which is going to be a lot better than the 16% we're in now, and that will be get us back to the diversification that we normally see. This is just a benchmark comparison. We earned 4 basis points on cash. I'm sorry, we earned 16 basis points on cash versus our index of 4 basis points. And then the long-term investments just shows where we are compared to our peers. St. John's earned 0.73% yield with a 2.68-year duration. Now, keeping in mind, they only invest in treasuries, callable agencies, and corporate notes, no mortgages. Southwest Water Management District earned 0.59% yield with a 1.53 duration, and they invest in corporate notes, treasuries, and commercial paper. Again, no mortgages, and a lot of their investments yield a lot less than mortgages. Our index is ultra conservative. They invest only in treasuries, hence the 0.734% yield with a 1.96 duration. So that's why, as you can see for the district, with our 3.84-year duration, we earned 1.59%. And again, that's because we're not just investing in 5-year callables or treasuries or the shorter stuff. We're going longer in mortgages, but even the mortgages we invest in usually pay off between 3.8 and 5 years, but because we can't go more than 5 per our policy. My last slide is just an update on debt refunding. The last time I presented, we saw $17 million. Or the last time we received PFM's report, our net present value savings on refunding was $17 million. It's currently $11.4 million. That's because of the rise in interest rates. On a good note, the negative arbitrage is going down. So really what we're looking for is escrow efficiency and a lower borrowing cost. So as time moves on and we get closer to the call date of 2026, negative arbitrage will go down. And we're hoping rates don't go up that much, that we can find that sweet spot to refund at, to make it clients just refund just to get what they can. Others wait until the call date, which in our case would be 2026. And it's the same old story, Fed pressures, COVID, the war, inflation, all of this is leading to a very volatile market. But PFM and the district will continually be in contact and review reports and monitor the market conditions regularly. And I'll come to the committee on a regular basis and just give an update on that. And that is my presentation. If there are any questions or comments from anybody?
Thanks, Lucy. Rosie, any public comments, questions?
No,
Or
Mr.
public
Chairman.
comments? Any questions or from the committee?
No, thanks. No, thank you.
So, Lucy, just to sort of sum up, what we knew as rates go up, it benefits us from an income perspective. But as I think Ben brought up, it clearly also indirectly influences us on the other side, which is inflation in terms of labor costs and material costs and everything. So we're
And
balancing.
for us, operating costs
And our
in
operating
diesel.
costs. Yep. So we're getting a little bit on one hand through the investment account, and we're paying a little bit more on the other. But in terms of portfolio moves, I heard you say we're bringing cash down to around 30%. That's going to go mostly to agencies. Mortgage-backed securities will drop modestly.
I'm sorry, the operating account I'm bringing down to 10 to 15%, which is where we normally
10 to
like to be,
15,
10 to
okay.
15. And the agencies are at 16%. I'd like to bring those to 25 to 30%.
Okay.
Because that'll make us just a little more balanced. And mortgages are, I like them better they're at 30%, which is better than we were almost maxed out at 50% before.
Yep. And cash was high as ad valorem was coming in.
Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the debt refinancing, by the way, thank you guys for spending time on that while I was gone. But, given rate moves, it looks less likely that will pursue a refi. Because even at the lower rates that we had, at the base rates that we had beginning of end of last year, it still
Right.
didn't cost analysis make sense. So we'll keep an eye on it, I'm hearing you say, but it's
Yes.
probably less likely to refinance. Okay.
Because the negative arbitrage is a large piece of it. That's the borrowing cost or the
Sure.
escrow efficiency. So that goes lower and lower as we get near the call date. So there may be a point in time, again, depending on where the long-term rates go, which
Sure.
we don't know. So that's why we have to continually monitor and keep an eye on it.
Okay. Thanks, Lucy.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, thanks. I think you've got 2 audit reports, and then we'll take public comment and vote on both reports after your presentation.
Okay, the first one I have here is the audit of the Department of Motor Vehicles file security. If you want, I've briefed each of you on this. If you just want me to go to the conclusion, I can do that, or I can go through the slides if you'd like.
I think a summary is sufficient, thanks.
Okay. And so the point was, the purpose was to ensure that we're required by this MOU to do this, ensure that the information that they provide to the district is kept secure, and it requires us to do an audit, make sure we have the proper internal controls. And the audit concluded that we do have the proper controls in place. So do you have any questions on this one?
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, next one, the mitigation banks. Okay, the next one is an audit of private mitigation banks. And if you'd like, I could skip through some of the background that just explains how mitigation banks operate, if you want me to, in
Yeah.
interest of time.
You can spend a little time on this, Tim,
Okay.
especially since we talked about some assumptions here that seem to be flawed.
Okay, and so we had the Florida statute that authorizes these mitigation banks, and the private mitigation bankers, they can apply for a permit. The district issues the permits for the private mitigation banks. The ones that are public mitigation banks where the district has an interest, they're issued by DEP, so there is not a conflict of interest. So the permits, they have general and specific conditions where they can, including construction and operation, the plans. They have certain criteria where the bank credits are available in certain service areas. And there's an establishment of a perpetual maintenance trust fund to also provide the perpetual maintenance of that bank once the construction is completed and all the credits are sold. So the FDEP and the Water Management District are responsible for assessing the values of what is the proposed ecological enhancements. So it's kind of a negotiation process with the bankers to determine what that uplift is and how many credits would be available for that particular project. And then the credits are then made available to the developers, the cities or municipalities or other entities who need to purchase those credits to offset other project impacts. So the regulation staff, they're primarily that deal with these permits and issue them, they're primarily located in our service centers, such as Orlando, Fort Myers, Okeechobee, and West Palm Beach. And they are responsible for monitoring the compliance with the bank permits. The credit sales, they can be suspended if the success criteria is not being met and the other permit conditions are not being adhered to. And the Florida statutes require the mitigation bankers to provide the financial assurances for the construction, the operation, as well as the perpetual maintenance of these banks. This is a table we have. There's currently 17 mitigation banks, 15 private, and 2 public. And this is a chart of where the various banks are located throughout the district's counties. So the 15 private mitigation banks are established and administered by the district. The 2 public ones, which is the Corkscrew and the Loxahatchee. The district has an ownership in these. They're not included in the scope of this audit. We are currently doing an audit of the Loxahatchee Mitigation Bank. The audit requirements are different there because it's primarily ensuring that the district is receiving its proper share of the revenues from that bank, because there's a revenue sharing formula with those banks. So through the contractual agreements, the district assigns management of the public mitigation banks to the independent third-party operators, and then the third-party operators are responsible for all the aspects of the mitigation bank operation, and that includes the perpetual maintenance of the bank. And as I mentioned, the Loxahatchee mitigation is we have a third-party operator partner that does that with the district.
What does that mean that they're terminating? So we hire third parties to manage the mitigation bank. In this case, the third party we hired is terminating the contract we have with them?
They're getting to the end of their of the bank and selling out the credits.
So it's
more
essentially
like
dissolved.
a closeout.
It's filled up.
type
It's
of
filled up.
audit.
Okay, I understood.
It's very hard to understand all this.
So the objective of this audit was to examine the process for monitoring the private mitigation banks to ensure that they were in compliance with the permit conditions, determine whether the perpetual maintenance funds are sufficient to pay for the mitigation bank maintenance into perpetuity. So the audit results here, we found that the private mitigation bankers have not always been providing their updated estimated maintenance cost and funding requirements, which they're required to do every 2 years in accordance with the permits, which could result in the understating the maintenance cost of the annual maintenance costs of the perpetual maintenance of these funds. The other issue is that 6% is the rate of assumed earnings on those trust funds that is calculated in accordance with the Florida Administrative Code. Based upon current market and for the foreseeable future, that is an unrealistic assumed rate of return. And particularly, the statute also specifies what type of securities they can invest in, which is very similar to the way we invest our district money. It's primarily the preservation of principal is the primary objective. So the type of returns that we could expect to earn on those types of securities are very similar to the ones that Lucy just went over. So 2% would probably be more realistic rate of return for the foreseeable future. However, the district has no means by which to enforce them to use, the bankers to use a different rate unless the Florida Administrative Code rate was changed. And we would need the assistance of our people in Tallahassee in order to do that. This slide here is really just an illustration of what could happen. This is since all but one of the banks is currently, they're still in construction phase. They haven't gone to the perpetual maintenance. I would call this is the problem that we have an opportunity to avoid. But we could very quickly deplete, first of all, we believe that the annual maintenance costs are likely being underestimated for one. And then obviously using a 6% rate of return then states what the estimated returns on those. So with a $10 million principal balance only earning about $2 million a year, and where the annual maintenance costs may be closer to $5 million, those funds could be depleted very quickly. Once again, this slide is just an illustration. It's not the current problem we have, but it's the problem that could happen, that we have an opportunity to fix at this point. So we made 6 recommendations to evaluate the banker's perpetual maintenance funds, to determine that their costs are current, and ensure that they're brought up to date at least every 2 years. And they're also required to have a certified licensed professional sign off on these estimated costs. Excuse me. And then develop a cost template for the various costs. And then also consider if they need some assistance with some of the financial part of it, they could possibly use some of our financial staff to help them with some of the financial matters. And then also coordinate our district legislative liaison, coordinate with our partners in Tallahassee regarding the 6% interest rate to see if we could get that changed to a more reasonable number. And to also verify the perpetual maintenance fund bank statements and the financial instrument balances on at least an annual basis. And management concurred with all 6 recommendations.
Which have already been implemented on that last
Oh,
phrase?
yeah. They've already sent out notice on these first couple. They've sent notices out all to the bankers regarding getting their maintenance costs updated. They've developed the template and so forth. So they've already worked on that and already implemented, taken some actions on those.
And Jay, if you don't mind, we've also, part of that, of this, biennial report that we get every 2 years, is that we've put that into our compliance system that tracks everything. So it gives us alerts to say, hey, these are due. We need to make sure we, get these notify the banks and make sure that we get that information in. And so we did not have that built into our system previously, but we've built that in.
Okay, so that'll solve, we think
Yes.
that'll solve the reporting,
Yes,
staying up to
exactly.
date.
Yeah, it should.
It seems to me the statute, or whatever, the 6%, I think is by statute.
Florida Administrative Code, but it would require rulemaking to change that.
Right. So the issue there is not if we're going to run into a deficit on perpetual maintenance, it's when. I mean, because as Lucy knows, wouldn't you hope you were getting 6%? It's not going to happen. So do we think that, what are other, we're not the only district working with mitigation banks.
This is a DEP rule, so this applies to DEP, who does
And
mitigation bank
DEP
permitting.
does many more.
Right,
And
and so
everybody,
do all the
is this,
a
I'll call it
statewide
an
issue.
error, is it just hiding in sort of plain sight? This assumption, interest rate assumption?
It's been on, I think it's a 20-year-old, it was about 20 years ago.
Well, and
when
20
this was
years
put
ago, you
into-
could make the case that
Exactly,
it was a low assumption, right?
It was
I forget
reasonable
what
at the
rates-
time. It's just not, it's something that's outdated and has
Yeah.
not been updated.
This needs to go off of, well, there is no more LIBOR, but this needs to go off of a variable, market benchmark. So how do we think we're going to have luck changing this? Because, right now it provides protection for the folks who are obligated to devote principal into these accounts, right? They can say they don't have to because they're going to assume a 6%.
Correct.
do we think that we'll have any luck being able to change this? Because I don't see how we get them to invest more principal if it's not a requirement.
So I have called and talked to Sean Hamilton, the Secretary of DEP, and let him know that this audit was coming, and briefed him on the 6%, and clearly 6% is a high assumption, and so we all agree. So I don't know so he needs to talk with the Deputy Secretary of Regulatory and figure out how to launch a rulemaking process to update this. So I don't know that yet, but I have talked to him, and he recognizes the issue.
And it's probably a much bigger issue for them than it is for us.
Yeah, and mitigation banking in general, right?
So, okay, sorry, do you have any questions or
No,
comments?
thank you. I was just, Mr. Bartlett, what level of urgency do you see for something like this?
Not as much as the C-43 reservoir.
I'll say that again.
I'll take the $5 million deficit.
Well, so that's a great question because we do have this annual or biannual check-in on whether they have enough. So even though the 6% is there, we can adjust their investment every so often, looking at when they may enter maintenance mode. So if we have a secondary mechanism to make sure they have enough once they get to maintenance mode. Because it takes a long time to get from building your bank all the way to maintenance mode. I mean, decade or more.
Yeah, yes, and I don't have a time frame exactly, but it takes a long time, and right now, we only have one bank in
Right.
perpetual maintenance. So the other ones, and we hold that card, right? They can't go into perpetual maintenance until we give them that okay, so.
Yeah, but that one that's in perpetual maintenance still only has principal based
Yeah,
on
that
what
could
the
be an issue.
operating costs are and a 6% anticipated rate of return. So they're still not growing at a rate that they should be around that 6%.
That one could be an issue. For the ones that have not entered into perpetual maintenance, we have mechanisms to say, hey, you don't have enough principal,
Even though by statute, they don't have to, I mean, if I'm.
because there's so they could comply with this if that was the only rule.
Yeah.
Then it'd be okay.
There are
But
others.
there's a secondary backup to where we can review whether we think they have enough to maintain, setting aside the 6%.
Okay.
Right, but we know it's gonna cost you this much to maintain. We know you have this much principal. We can make a different assumption on what they're gonna earn on that principal.
Mhm.
And just do just a comparison on how much it costs versus how much they have, all right? Oh, and we have a real expert here. Oh, I guess she's not gonna answer the question.
Yeah, whichever, if that one's on.
Hi, I'm Melissa Lawrence. I'm a Bureau Chief in Regulation, and I just wanted to say that if they don't have enough money that's earned from the interest rate, they still have to complete their perpetual management. So they can't touch that principal, and they'll have to supplement that money elsewhere. So the perpetual management is required by the permit, and they'll still have to do it. The permittee is still ultimately responsible for doing their perpetual maintenance in the banks.
But that's assuming that there's still a going concern. So if they have a massive deficit based on a go-forward funding, they could walk away, I would assume.
Well, they can't walk away because they're responsible and they're the permittee and they're still the landowner. They still have the permit for the mitigation bank. So
Okay.
they're still responsible for meeting the conditions.
It's a
of the
permit, it's not, okay. Okay, so it sounds, even that one that's active?
Yeah, and that's Panther Island Mitigation Bank, and they still have other phases which are still being developed out there. So it's one phase that's been moved to perpetual management. It's not the entire bank yet.
So, okay, so that's an important distinction. So we're not relying only on, this isn't full protection for them to underfund. There are other mechanisms through which that maintenance cost
The permit
is.
still requires it.
Okay.
You're welcome.
But for clarity purposes and for assurances, I would also agree with the recommendation that we work on that with DEP or whomever we have to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's insurance kind of. It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, well, you're going to the mitigation bank, and that's a big deal. You know, you need to set aside money for perpetual maintenance, and you need to set aside the right amount of money. You know,
Yep.
That obviously allows them to set aside less money.
Right. Okay.
That's interesting. Good.
Rosie, was there any public comment?
No,
We
Mr.
had
Chairman.
We had the one more item on the contract, the audit contract.
Sorry, you've got the audit contract, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
The next,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. So we need to vote on these two items, these two audit reports, before we move on to the contract.
understood, okay. So I need a motion to approve the audit of the Department of Motor Vehicles and the audit of private mitigation banks.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you,
Second?
thank you. Call the question?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm yes. So that passes. And now we will move on to the audit contract. That's where you had the question, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Sam.
So I'm assuming that you are happy with this firm that you have been using. How long have you used this firm that you would like to have the option to renew 2 times?
We have been using them it'll be 13 years at the expiration of June 30th this year.
So for me, it kind of begs the question, do you get too comfortable with the person that is auditing you? And are they too comfortable with you, right? Or do they really look at it with fresh eyes? 13 years is a long time. I don't really know the right answer, but I think 13 years is a long time to use one contractor.
Do you look at it from an organizational perspective, Cheryl, or do you look at it from an individual? In other words, I assume over the 13 years, you've had a half a dozen point of contacts.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had like the same staff people from the firm doing the audit the entire time. So, people come and go.
Right, still
all the
my
time.
experience is when you use the same person for a long time, an outside contractor for a long
Company,
time
yeah.
to perform a service, then they get into a mode where they are not this is my experience with this sort of situation. They get in a mode where they are almost on autopilot compared to someone who is here for the first year, right? It's like that, everybody, what you found last year, you just expect the same. That doesn't mean that you change for change's sake. It's just 13 years sounds like a long time. I don't know if that's a reasonable price. It's based on the last contract price, which feels good to me, but what does that actually mean? I don't know.
And I believe this was the second extension, correct? Didn't we
Okay,
vote on this?
We've had 2, the last one was, it was a new 5-year contract. Or it was a 3-year with the 2 options. So this is just, would be exercising the 2 option years on the existing maximum 5-year contract.
Right.
But, go ahead.
Yeah, Jack.
Thank you. It's interesting that you bring that up. When I spoke to Tim, I asked him what he thought, and he said they're really good, and they had a good history. But with my local government experience, all the red flags were going off that's just a long time, and that it's sometimes good to have a set of fresh eyes. And I imagine it will be more expensive, all things considered.
It would probably be a lot more.
But I think that it's something, I don't know if Mr. Steinle wants us to vote on this now, or it's something we could think about and discuss more, but I think it's really important that you don't just keep going with the same company again and again, because history shows that problems often arise. And the responsible right thing to do is to put it out.
Yeah, I think those are reasonable comments from both of you. And we don't have to vote on anything, but I think we're asked to give you guidance, Tim. So, I mean, this contract ends June
30th
of this year.
So
I think the guidance that I'm hearing and agree with is that we open it. We could end up hiring RSM again, but it makes sense to open up the RFP process to explore, what if there are alternative options, the quality of those options and the cost. Is that?
Knowing that by doing that, we may incur extra expenses. So it's the, is it worth looking at what our options are, knowing that by the look, we will incur extra, because I don't think they may not come back at 160. So that's the, perhaps it's 260, and by asking the question, or 200 or whatever, by asking the question, we may incur increased expenses. But like Jackie, through my public service as an elected official, I have found that there were mistakes made by not switching contractors out occasionally. And 13 years is just a really long time. Let me put it this way, and I always think of things this way. Did you ever watch the Andy Griffith Show? Did you
Yes.
ever see the auditor who came in, Billy Bob would come in to inspect the jail, and whenever Billy Bob showed up, Andy would put on his fishing hat? Because they just got, they just had that routine. And then they got all messed up that day when a new inspector came in and actually had a piece of paper where he was going through a check sheet, new for the first time from the start to bottom. I always think of it that way.
Right.
And
If we go to RFP and don't like what we see, does that if by going to RFP, do we cancel the existing contract and the optionality around that? Do we know?
Let's ask the attorney. I would say yes, but we'll ask legal.
I would have to take a look at the contract.
Okay.
But I can get back to you with that.
May I ask one other question?
Sure, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible, or give them the option to,
Right.
You'll
Do
walk
you,
away
do you
as well.
mind, Tim, explaining how you see the present company and what they bring to the table that you respect?
Okay. First of all, to give you a little history, so we've had two previous terms of 5 years with them. So there were 2 5-year contracts, and then we've had 3 years so far on this one. And after the first 5-year contract, we did go out with another RFP. And after ranking all the firms, they were still ranked as the most qualified firm to do the work. So we ended up in the same place again. And the other issue is that RSM, they have the largest governmental practice. They are the most qualified firm in the governmental industry. And in fact, none of the other larger firms really even have that governmental niche anymore. Before I came to the district, I worked for Deloitte. And at that time, Deloitte had a very large governmental practice and that's how I built up my experience and ended up with a career in government. And because at that time, we actually had a lot of the same clients RSM has now, because they also do like the county, they have the school board, and a number of the other counties and municipalities as their clients in South Florida. And so when you do an RFP and you rank a firm on the qualifications in the governmental industry, they're going to be hard to beat on qualifications. The other thing is that their fees have also been very reasonable. And in this case, they even gave us on this contract even a better deal than last time, where they agreed to the $160,000 level for all 5 years. So if we exercise the options, we are locked in at the $160,000. If we are to go out on the street with an RFP, God only knows what it's going to cost. I mean, I could take guesses that we're looking at a substantial increase. because furthermore, there's a real shortage of accountants and out there. And particularly, those with the governmental experience as well. So it's, and with labor rates, going up, I would say if we go out with an RFP, it's definitely going to cost us money.
So it's a balance between potential, well, probable higher costs and the mitigation of risk around a long relationship and the level of comfort that develops around that.
What would make me feel better is if I had time to actually look at, so that every year they do the audit and they provide you an audit report, and I'm sure I've seen it before, but I would feel better if I had an opportunity to look at, let's say, 3 of them. So if we didn't have to give him direction today, if we can give him direction next meeting or whatever, if I had an opportunity to look at those reports, then I feel like I could have an opinion that was educated, more educated than, because I mean, I've seen a lot of these before, but I haven't, I'd like to see it again. But it's up to you guys.
So are we, Jen, are we able to meet, or Drew or anybody, able to, how do we, if we want to have a follow-up before the next audit and finance, given the timing of this, is that, how do we do that?
When's the next one scheduled? Is it quarterly?
I think it's quarterly.
June, I believe.
June, so you would have time.
Before it's expired. And if, and even so, because the fiscal year end for the next audit doesn't end until September, we would still have time to do an RFP if you want to bring this back at the next meeting.
I'm sorry, so we would assume that we go forward for this year's audit with RSM and then revisit, is that what you just said?
Well, right now, they're doing the audit under the current contract
Yep.
for the fiscal year ended September 21.
Yep.
Okay, and that should be completed within, by June. So the next fiscal year that they would be auditing would be for fiscal year ended September of 22, which would be then done after September.
But we need the
So-
contract in place for that next fiscal year by the end of June.
Not necessarily, because nothing really happens between June and September.
In other words, we have
In other words,
time.
Okay.
this year would be done, but next year would not be started. So we kind of have a vacant spot,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Okay, sounds like we have time.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm sure we all would appreciate if you'd want to take a look at that to go through and develop a level of confidence.
Because what they're doing is, it's just the financial statement audit.
Yeah.
And that's that big, thick 300-page book that you get every year.
Yeah.
We call it the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. That's what they audit and issue an opinion on.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I might point out is that most public companies have used the same accounting firm for decades. I mean, take FP&L, for example. Deloitte's been their auditors for as long as I can
You know what,
remember.
I hear you,
Right.
and that works great until it doesn't. And then when it doesn't, you say to yourself, boy, right? I can give you a whole list of people who use the same insurance broker forever, right? My family uses a broker. People who use the same insurance broker forever, only to discover after 15 years that they were being
Fleeced.
fleeced. So you get kind of more, I'm just asking to look, that's all. And then I have more confidence in it. So if I can look, that's fine. It won't change anything really, right?
And if you'd like to, call me or sit down.
No,
and
that's exactly
have
the
a
way I'll
time to-
do it.
And explain to you
That's
on a
exactly
one-on-one,
the
we
way
can
I'll
do that
do
too.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Cheryl. Any other
No,
comments?
that's great.
Okay.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So that's the, Rosie, any public comment on that item?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No? Okay. Great. Thanks, everybody. I'll adjourn the meeting. The next committee meeting, it's right here, June 9th, back in West Palm Beach. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you.